In testing, they'll go up to a maximum of 3. So, water activity, finally. Race fans, let them hear it. You want to crank this up?
Hearing a little bit of them out there, but nice to see the boats out on the race course as Greg Hopp coming down the backstretch. Going to see kind of how they time it here, Jeff, and I know sometimes with your stopwatch you like to time kind of where they are at that turn to see where it is, because obviously during racing, if you cross that line early, it's a penalty. So we'll see what happens as he picks it up a little bit here coming across the start-finish line.
Greg Hopp off turn number 2, the 1 1/4 version of the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse here in Madison, Indiana. Water conditions are in perfect condition, and Jordan, throughout about mid-May now to right now, the last day of June, the Ohio River has been very cooperative. We could have run very many hydroplane races here in this part of the country, but this is the date. This is when we get it. Let's just hope the next 2 days can be as good as this.
I agree. And, you know, we will remember last year as Bernard comes across the start-finish line in the GP79. But last year, I remember the weather was perfect. The water conditions were perfect. Everything was just awesome. And then I came down here today. I looked at the Ohio River, and I'm like, wow, these water conditions are just as good as last year. Happy to see it. Hopefully some great racing this weekend.
Greg Hopp off turn number 2 in the Super Shine. I hit my watch on him there, just a little leisurely timing run. Got there in 4 seconds off the exit pin at turn number 2, the start-finish line. Bernard working hard here in turn number 2, and Reliable Diamond Tool cranks up that damn bad influence.
That's a nice turn. He's got a lot of speed in that boat.
Bernard is your defending 2-time Grand Prix America National High Point champion. The owner is Mike Grindell out of Webster, Massachusetts. And earlier this year, Jonathan Thompson with Reliable Diamond Tool became the primary lead sponsor for GP79. Jonathan's a fabulous man. He loves boat racing, and he picked the right team. That's a good combination there with the thought we had a problem, but that's the Hydrofish leaving the dock.
Oh, look at the boat. Look at the paint design on that boat, Jeff. The green and gold. That is about as nice of a boat as you'll see out there. B-Right Autoglass Hydrofish there. That is GP88 heading out onto the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Looks like Bernard is going to be heading back to the pits, Jeff.
So Bernard, a couple of hot laps. I see his uncle and spotter, Mike Weber. He'll go back to the pit dock and confer with his nephew, the driver of the GP79. Reliable Diamond Tool cranks up that damn bad influence.
As we see here, Greg Hopp coming around. Is he going to come to the pit area? And it looks like that's what he's going to do. A nice run there by Greg Hopp, who has won here in Madison before in the Grand Prix, and he's looking to do that again. And we see the Hydrofish going to pick up hopefully a little bit here on the backstretch. And again, Jeff, I was just looking at the paint design. The paint design on that boat is absolutely gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. And champion here at Madison, Bobby King. In Diego's Mexican Grill, the E2 Pleasure Seekers of John Wlodarski on the slings going into the water. Jordan, I had to take a break. I had to go see my friend. She's at her second ever Madison Regatta. Good afternoon, Adeline Sage Hansen. Hello, Addie. And she's enjoying mac and cheese from one of our vendors here along the shoreline. Her hair is up. She's ready. She even gave me a hug. So we'll get these boats in the water. Jordan and I will put the headsets back on. We'll get back into activity here on the public address system at day number 1 of 3 of the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. Good afternoon. All right. I'd like to thank our fans here along the shoreline and also to watching online via the internet, the World Wide Web at H1 Unlimited through YouTube. I'm Jeff Ayler. Joining me this weekend during the Pro Light and Grand Prix America competition will be Jordan Bear. Jordan is the morning show host of Works 96.7 FM WRX here in the local area. And Jordan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're in our testing session, and Brandon Kennedy must have found a problem quickly. He burped it. He made a loop. He's going back to the pit dock. Let's hope it's just a minor problem. I remember years ago a friend of mine took out that way in an unlimited hydroplane. I won't mention the name. I won't mention the boat. I won't mention the year. He took off, did about that same thing. Saw him later enjoying a cool beverage after the course was closed. I said, what happened? Turned the wheel left, went right. That don't work. I hope that's not the problem, but if it is, maybe it's a quick fix.
Well, and it looks like it's something with the engine because they're not undoing the hatch where the driver is. They just took off the top of the engine. So hopefully it's just a quick fix, and maybe it was because now they're suddenly.
Oh, now we're getting official word. No throttle hooked up.
Oh, you got to have that, I guess, to run a boat.
So that's about as easy as it gets. I turn around here from our sound speaker provider this weekend. They've got a cable tie. You run that down there and let's hook that puppy up.
Okay, yeah, I'll be right down there, Jeff. Just happy to do it. And it looks like someone's hanging onto the boat. They're pulling it in, so it looks like Mr. Kennedy can get back out there and get out on the race course and get its test again. That way all the GPs can at least get one round of testing in. All the GPs have looked great so far. A lot of speed. We know that Bobby Kennedy will have a lot of speed in his boat in River City Printing. Again, Bobby out of Fenton, Michigan. Always a great driver, been successful in just about any class he's in. We see several of the Pro Light boats getting in. We just mentioned the E55, the Northside Liquors, the Jack Mano family Northside Liquors, and it's being lowered into the water now as we speak as well. So excited to see the Pro Lights get out there, but looks like they're about to get Bobby Kennedy turned in the right direction, Jeff.
So as Jordan mentioned, Jack Mano family's Northside Liquors on the crane slings. Our crane provider once again this year at the Madison Regatta. We'd like to thank Loon and Oak. They are based out of Carrollton, Kentucky, just about 12 minutes here east of Madison along the Ohio River. Brandon Kennedy, that throttle linkage reapplied. Nice job, Jordan Bear. I didn't realize that you could work on these 468s.
I'm a man of many talents, Jeff Ayler. You gotta, I don't like to brag about myself. I may have gotten my soccer stuff tattooed on my arm, but, I don't like to brag about myself.
You need a pen. We need to move a car. Write that down.
The Mr. Vice President here needs to move a car, apparently, Tana.
So Brandon Kennedy got on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course, the 1 1/4 mile version. Jordan, this is a brand new Grand Prix America hydroplane. It is campaigned by TKO Racing 35, and no, it's not for technical knockout in the squared circle. It's Thompson, Kennedy, and Osinga, the families that make up GP 35. The sponsor is right here with us. We can't talk to him right now. Kyle Bipes with River City Printing. Bobby Kennedy. I got to get used to that this weekend. Bobby Kennedy out of Fenton, Michigan on the front straightaway in the River City Printing. Mr. Jordan Bear, I will give you the wonderful opportunity of asking for the driver of this vehicle to move their car immediately. If not, we'll tow it for them.
Absolutely, and Mr. Bipes is writing down. Okay, all right. Thank you for writing that. So a Nissan Versa with an Alabama plate, A0A19E0 in front of the VIP. You need to move your car. Again, it is a Nissan Versa. It has Alabama plates, A0A19E0. It's parked in front of VIP. You need to move it, or as Jeff said, we will move it for you.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. Bobby Kennedy through turn number 2 out of Fenton, Michigan, driving the GP 35. River City Printing. Brand new boat, as I mentioned, Jordan, built by the TKO Racing 35 team, and spoke to Ron Thompson last weekend at Guntersville. It's a beautiful boat. He told me, he said, Jeff, why build something similar to the other boats in the pits? We want to try something different. They have the recesses on top of the decks. It supposedly helps the air stabilization behind the sponsons of the boat. It's a beautiful craft, still in its learning curve, but got a dynamite young pilot out here in it this weekend at Bobby Kennedy. He loves the Madison Regatta. He'd love to win here on Sunday.
He absolutely would. And, man, just looking at those two turns, at turns 1 and turn 2, that's a nice rooster tail that you have there. Almost, not exactly, but semi-looking rival to what an Unlimited is. But, man, there is a lot of speed you can see in that boat. And after the speed we saw earlier with Grand Prix America, tell you what, get me excited to watch some Grand Prix racing this weekend.
1 1/4 course, similar as you saw last weekend at the Southern Cup in Guntersville if you're watching this on H1 Unlimited through YouTube. But that track short chutes, gigantic turns here in Madison, lot longer straightaways, tighter turns. A little bit different mix this weekend for our Grand Prix America hydroplane pilots, but we got 5 good ones here. And like I said earlier, Jordan, these 468s, if they can live, we got 5 great teams here. Should be exciting action in Grand Prix America.
It really should. And to me, when they introduced Grand Prix America here several years ago, to me, I think it was 2016, I believe, was their first year here. And I walked away, and I remember talking to my father when I got home, and I said, man, that racing was dynamite. And every year they come back, fans love it, because as we were talking earlier, they love the loud noise because it kind of reminds them of the old piston boats that were around before the turbine engines came in the 80s. But let me tell you what, they are exciting to watch. There's a lot of deck-to-deck racing there, and if you're just a fan of watching good, fun hydroplane racing, whenever these Grand Prix or Pro Lights hit the water, get out on the, not in the water obviously, but get close and listen to that noise because it is some of the best racing you will see.
Once again, along the shoreline here in Madison, if you're the driver of a Nissan Versa, Alabama license plate number A Apple 0, A Apple 19, E Echo 0, you're parked in front of the VIP area here along the shoreline. If you don't move that vehicle immediately, I believe Mr. Arbuckle up on top of the hill will bring the wagon down and haul her off for you.
Yep, they'll move it at your expense. You own the car. And it looks like, Jeff, we got our first Pro Light in the water.
This is our defending champion here at Madison in Pro Light, presented by Go Lithium. Bobby King out of Shelby Township, Michigan will take to the water. And the Diego's Mexican Grill, this is a Roger Mahan-owned craft out of the Garden State of New Jersey. And Bobby King gets a crack back at it here in Madison. Of course, he was busy last weekend doing double duty driving this boat and was the primary pilot for the GP88 Hydrofish. Now I'm going to set the hydroplane fans ablaze.
Okay, let's do it.
On the World Wide Web and on the shoreline.
I'm looking forward to it.
We're still waiting, though, to find out officially who will pilot the 88 this weekend. That's just a little tease.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Gets me excited a little
As soon as I get word from Huey Newport, Mike Mavinsky, or Mike Gebline, we'll let you know who the pilot will be this weekend. But right now, it's up in the air.
It is up in the air, and, it could be Andrew Tate. If it's Andrew Tate, he's going to have a chance to win. He looked awfully good in that boat earlier. And Bobby King, as he comes around turn number 2, Jeff, and trying to get his feet underneath him and probably looking to pick up some speed here on this next lap.
King off turn number 2, accomplished inboard pilot, working past the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line buoy as we watch here at the German-American Bank Judges Stand overlooking the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Pro Light hydroplanes, 20-foot length, 10-foot width, all powered by the 350 cubic inch stock Chevrolet engine. They generate 400 horsepower, racing trim with the pilot inside, 1,500 pounds. Straightaway speeds here with these long chutes. Last week at Guntersville in competition, I was thinking 115. Wouldn't be surprised to see $1.25, maybe even the 130 mark here in Madison.
Absolutely, because the straightaways here are huge as we see our friends, the E55, Rob Betke, heading out onto the race course.
Rob Betke, the Betke family, cut their teeth in remote control hydroplane racing. Now the family steps up to inboard. Rob Betke out of Ortonville, Michigan, driving the Northside Liquors. The owners are his parents, Monica and Mike Betke, out of Oxford, Michigan. And if you listened last week at H1 Unlimited via YouTube, the team manager for Northside Liquors is Mark Weber. And speaking of Mark Weber, we just found out that his nephew, Jeff Bernard, right now is in the E55 Northside Liquors. Thank you, Mike Mavinsky. We got the name for the GP88 this weekend. Chuck's Beard, Butts and Racks Barbecue presents Be Right Auto Glass, Piper's Wing, Hydrofish.
That's a lot of words, Jeff.
We'll get her.
Yes, we will. The E2 Pleasure Seekers with John Woldarski out of Newton, New Jersey, heading out onto the race course now as we see the 242 and the 55 come by.
This E55 Northside Liquors boat, Jordan, Jeff Bernard is very familiar with this craft. Reason being, hull was debuted by Mr. Clack out of Louisiana. The builders of the boat, Jim Harvey, Jeff Bernard.
Oh, wow.
Indian Peaks Casino, I think, was the first name of this boat. It was number 9 back in the day. Now the Betke family has it. Jeff Bernard doing a little shakedown, maybe trying to relay some information to the rookie chauffeur, Rob Betke. So good strategy. We'll see how it plays out for the Northside Liquors. And after racing activity is over, go to 701 Walnut. They got all your party needs for the regatta.
They absolutely do, and I frequent that shop often, maybe more than I should, but I'm not ashamed of it. And but they have, in my opinion, the coldest beer in town. And you know what? If you need something special, Jackie will get it for you. And she's hoping her boat this week, the boat that her name's on, can put it at the front of the pack.
The other boat we've not talked about, the fluorescent orange, yellow with the white, that is the Pleasure Seekers, owned by Roger Mahan. Driver, Jordan, is John Wildarski out of Newton, New Jersey. I met John for the first time last weekend down in Alabama. John cut his teeth in outboard hydroplane racing, or outboard racing in the outboard category. He's a 2-time APBA Hall of Champions inductee in outboard, and he did radios in HRL for Dylan Runny.
Did he really?
Yep.
I'll be darned. We'll see Dylan Runny likely on the race course a little later on. As you see, that is a beautiful sight right there, Jeff, as all three are going to come by.
All three, a little bit of taste of some, there's a little triple-decker action. This is just testing. That triple-decker subsides, they fan out. That's the Northside Liquors by the Madison Ford start-finish line, followed by John Wildarski and the Pleasure Seekers, and Bobby King will come back into the pit dock in the Diego's Mexican Grill. Jordan, with that, we kind of mentioned HRL, and I hope my friends listening from Cambridge, Maryland, John Tomey. John is a great announcer, works HRL, inboard events, and he had to go underneath a little quick medical procedure. John, I hope you're listening. I hope you're healing well, and you got to heal up. He's going to Valleyfield to help this year.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, the HRL series, if no one's ever watched the HRL series, because I know it may not be as common for some of our fans on the shorelines, let me tell you what, if you ever get a chance to watch some of the HRL series, it is so fun. I know you've PA'd several. I know you typically go down to, Owensboro, and help out down there. It is some quality racing. If you ever get a chance to watch it, you are in for a treat if you ever watch any of the HRL races.
So Jeff Bernard will bring back the Northside Liquors to the pit dock. Jack Mano family's Northside Liquors. Jackie Mano Knoble, she's the lead wrench down there now, but Mom Charlene still got some say in it as well.
Yeah, she does, and I see Charlene quite a bit down there as well. And let me tell you what, it's a great family-run business, and it's a place where the employees that are there, they've been there over 10 years, and just a great place. You get a lot of people down there, and really everyone's just kind of a big family down there, and we're so happy to see them delving into some hydroplane racing this year. And Jeff, we got a new one out on the course.
Yeah, next boat leaving the dock. This is one of the ones on paper you got to watch if you're handicapping this Pro Light Series presented by Go Lithium here at the Madison Regatta in 2023. Brandon Kennedy in that dominant yellow boat off the turn. It's owned by Ray Lynn out of Cinnaminson, New Jersey. It's generally known as the Budget Buster Racing Pennzoil. It'll be River City Printing here this weekend, and Brandon Kennedy will be in the cockpit all weekend out of Newark, Delaware. Do you know who generally drives that yellow boat in inboard and HRL? Take a guess. He's here.
Is it Andrew Tate?
We've seen. Very good. Andrew Tate.
Okay. I occasionally get one right, Jeff.
You've done your homework.
Now, Jeff, I have a question for you as we see Kennedy come by here. One of my questions in my trivia challenge this week was, of course, this course is named the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. And my question was, what was the name of the boat he was driving when he won the Governor's Cup?
Wild Bill Cantrell, Indiana Governor's Cup. Man, we're going to go back to 1954.
Exactly.
Gale 5?
Gale 4.
Gale 4.
Gale 4, 1954, won the Indiana Governor's Cup here.
Lee Shana drove Gale 5.
Yes, that's
Mark
correct.
me down. That's the first of many of them this weekend. I was wrong.
Yeah, well. Brad, he's wrong a lot. Is that true or not? Okay, I get it. I got an approval yes from Brad Luce. So, oh, wow. Brad's got it all right here in front of us. That's pretty incredible right there. Yep, Gale 4, Bill Cantrell, the driver. And Guy Lombardo, that's a name from the past, a former APBA Gold Cup winner. He was here in 1971.
Of course, Guy Lombardo won the first APBA Gold Cup after World War II in 1946 in the Tempo. Brad, thank you for that information. I was close. What is wrong with me? I knew Cantrell drove the Gale 4, but he got me. He flustered me. Yes, he ended up in the Rose Garden, too, out at Lake Washington in Seattle. Wild Bill Cantrell. Jordan Bear.
Whoa.
When these boats subside to cut down on the noise, we got some more vehicles to move, and Cody Arbuckle up on top of the hill. He's going to be busy. Might have to bring in Joe Cherry, too, from Cherry Creek Towing down around New Washington. To help out.
We will. There's two more there, and I know obviously this comes with the territory as we see Brandon Kennedy come by at one of his first laps in full speed in the 300 River City Printing, and it looks like, Jeff, that the 2 is going to be making its way back into the pit area. Got to watch out because the north side liquor is a little bit away from the docks there, and obviously the last thing we need is another collision.
So Wildarski back to the pit dock and Pleasure Seekers. I noticed Brandon Kennedy flying that River City Printing, the E300. That was a beautiful boat ride down the front straightaway. Now he gets that walking activity side to side, sponson to sponson. But, boy, some of the best in the business in inboard hydroplane racing right there in turn number 2. Brandon Kennedy, fourth-generation pilot with the Kennedy family. Brandon out of Newark, Delaware. Comes off the turn, and boy, Ray Lynn knows how to put a boat together. He drove and has raced for decades in APBA inboard hydroplane racing, and this is one to watch this weekend. Bobby King repeating here in Diego's Mexican Grill won't be easy.
No, it won't, and we've seen all the boats out here, and again, a lot of similar speeds here, but you know that Brandon Kennedy is going to have that boat near the front of the pack because whenever, again, it's kind of like Andrew Tate. Whenever he gets in a boat, he always puts it at the front of the pack. So to me, and you look at the speed he has, he's getting his timing down. And again, all the lanes, because they draw for lanes in Pro Light, correct? Or do they fight for lanes?
We will find out.
Okay, we'll find out. I guess that is more information to come.
But a good question.
That is a good question. Maybe Tana can find out, as looks like Brandon's going to be coming into the pit area here. So should I do these now, my friend?
Yes, sir. Take her away.
All right, so we have a couple of vehicles that need to be moved. We have a Mazda 3 with a Kentucky plate, 433 NKG. A Mazda 3 Kentucky plate, 433 NKG. And a Dodge Caravan with Kentucky plate 416 XTC, a Dodge Grand Caravan with Kentucky plates 416 XTC, and a Toyota Sienna with Indiana plate 184 AKP, 184 AKP. They are in front of Bicentennial. You need to move those, or as my friend Jeff said, they will be moved for you.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. With that will conclude our Pro Light and GPA testing here on the Ohio River, because coming up next, we'll go to the world's fastest racing boats, the H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, and Miss Madison Racing, the U1, Miss Homestreet being lifted off the trailer. So, Jordan, with that, we'll take a break, and you'll come back with me later.
Yes, sir.
With more activity from Pro Light and GPA.
Jeff Ayler are going to be back here to bring you this because the boat that just got lowered into the water, you may have heard of this boat, folks. The U1 Miss Home Street, owned by the citizens of Madison, Indiana, going to be hitting the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Jeff Ayler, Brad Luce will take over.
Back to Pro Light. We have one more boat before we go. H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Testing. Want to give a shout out. He's been here with us many years in security at the judges stand, Butch Perry. He's got a new gig. He's feeding H1 Unlimited. I understand I'm going to get some as well. It's Butch's Barbecue at the First Street Saloon. That's at 313 First Street in Madison. Colina, good afternoon. Your husband tells me that barbecue is good.
Great to hear, as always.
Gary Shalvant out of Jackson, Michigan on the race course in the E5 Flyboy. Boat went under some modifications, some upgrades over the winter. Gary Shalvant out on the course in the E5 Flyboy. Gary, a retired American Airlines pilot, been involved in inboard hydroplane racing now 4, 5, 6 seasons, and he's enjoying it. And not only a tremendous airline pilot, but Jordan, Gary's savvy on the race course, does a wonderful job, and might not be up toward the front, but maybe a little luck here and there could hit the podium this weekend.
Absolutely, and in hydroplane racing, a lot of it can come down to luck. We've seen by far too many races, Jeff, and you've been at many more sites than I have, and I'm jealous of you for that, I might add. But just saying. But, again, a lot of this could be luck. You take advantage. Again, we've talked about, the one trailer boat that has won an unlimited race. It took a little luck in that, but sometimes it just happens. And hopefully Shalvant can at least have enough speed to make it competitive. Because let me tell you what, the more competitive boat you have, the better the fans are served here as Shalvant comes around across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line.
As Gary Shalvant works into turn number 1, the U1 Miss Home Street is in the water with rookie pilot Dylan Runny out of Rumson, New Jersey. Last weekend's winner at the Southern Cup, Corey Peabody's U9 Beacon Plumbing on the slings, about to go into the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. So once we got started, things are picking up. We had all 5 of our GPs test. We had the 300, the 55, the 5, the 242, and the 2 tests. So all 5 of our Pro Lights have tested. We have 5 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the pit area as Gary Shalvant works through turn number 2 here on the Ohio River. And Jordan, you take it. I need to take a call.
Yes, sir. Gary Shalvant coming across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line, completing his second lap here. Again, our last Pro Light boat to hit it. Again, as he goes around turn number 1, we'll see how much power he tries to get through here and see if he decides to bring it in the docks. Again, as Jeff said, 2 H1 Unlimited boats, the U9 Beacon Plumbing, U1 Miss Home Street in the water. Start to see drivers head out there. All right, then the E5 still coming down the backstretch. Looks like it's pulled the throttle a little bit, but good to see Gary Shalvant out there, and hopefully, again, we'll be able to see him keep his boat in decent shape and be competitive as we go racing tomorrow here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. And coming around turn number 2, Jeff Ayler, and nice to see Gary Shalvant out there, and good to see that all the Grand Prix and Pro Lights were able to hit the water today, excuse me.
So Gary Shalvant will return to the pit dock, and Jordan Bear, I got to put you to work. Our vice president of Madison Regatta said we need to hit these 4 vehicles because This will be the last call.
This was the last
call. If not,
call.
when you go find them, they'll be gone. You'll have to find out there they were towed. You'll need to go to the yard to get them. That's not fun.
No, it is not. We have a Nissan Versa, Alabama plate, A0A19E0. Again, Nissan Versa, an Alabama plate, A0A19E0. It is parked in front of VIP. That needs to be moved. Also a Mazda 3 with a Kentucky plate, 433 NKG. A Mazda 3 Kentucky plate, 433 NKG. A Toyota Sienna with Indiana plate 184 AKP. A Toyota Sienna with an Indiana plate 184 AKP. And a Dodge Grand Caravan, Kentucky plates 416 XTC. Dodge Grand Caravan with Kentucky plates 416 XTC. Those three are in front of Bicentennial and VIP. All those vehicles are. This is your last call to go move them, or else they gone.
Thank you, Jordan. Bear with that. Thank you for your help with the Grand Prix Americas and Pro Lights presented by Go Lithium. We'll take a break here on the microphone. Joining me up for H1 Unlimited will be the voice of the series, Mr. Brad Luce, and honored to be here with Brad this weekend at the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mill. Stand by. Up next, testing for H1 Unlimited. Good afternoon. Welcome to Madison, Indiana. Good afternoon to our viewers watching on H1 Unlimited through YouTube, and of course, good afternoon as well to our guests and race fans along the shoreline. It's day number 1 of 3 of the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. My name's Jeff Ayler. With me is H1 Unlimited's Mr. Brad Luce. Brad, good afternoon. The world's fastest racing boats are about to begin testing. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going. I'm ready, Jeff Ayler. It is so good to be back in Madison, Indiana, standing here on this beautiful new tower overlooking what is tremendous water conditions here on the Ohio River.
Green flag on the course. Green flag.
We got a green flag. I hear it in the background, so I think we've got a green flag for H1 Unlimited testing. We've got at least 3 boats in the water that I can see. 3 of our 5 are in the water. That would be the U1, the Miss Home Street, and they are pushing the blue nose out toward the center of the river. And as it should be, Jeff Ayler, the boat owned by the citizens of Madison, Indiana, the Miss Home Street should be the first unlimited boat on the water, and they are.
First unlimited to the waters here at the Bob Hughes Memorial. Dylan Runney, the rookie out of Rumson, New Jersey, takes to the waters in U1 Miss Home Street. Dylan Runney has a birthday coming up very soon on July 3rd. He'll be 29 years old. His birthplace, Red Bank, New Jersey, the home of our friend Pappy Bob Moore. It was also the home of the 1941 APBA Gold Cup. As I mentioned earlier, Dylan now resides in Rumson in the Garden State of New Jersey. He is the CEO of Phenom Digital. And Brad, this young man not only is so successful as a human being, he's a wonderful hydroplane driver. He gets his crack here in H1 Unlimited in front of the hometown fans here in Madison, Indiana, driving Miss Madison Racing's U1 Miss Home Street. Pressure? Yes.
I think, though, most of the pressure that is being felt by Dylan Runney right now is being put on him by himself. I've asked him that question a couple of times, but make no mistake about it, this is a very, very big weekend for Dylan Runney. He comes in here replacing the retired Jimmy Shane, who's got a pretty high level of thought around this town. So those are some big shoes to fill, but I tell you what, if anybody can do it, this guy can. He has a terrific understanding and appreciation for the history of our sport. You mentioned that he's from Rumson, New Jersey, the home of the 1941 APBA Gold Cup. When I put those press guides together, Jeff Ayler, I did not put that down. He did. He wanted me to know because he knew Rumson, New Jersey was the site of that Gold Cup. So a great kid. Glad to see him out on the water, and there's going to be nothing but good things for this young man and this team.
For our fans along the shoreline, if this is your first time at the Madison Regatta, and also too for our viewers watching on H1 Unlimited through YouTube, this is a 2.5 mile race course, coined the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. This is the longest straightaways in H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing with the tightest turns. Brad and I are here at the brand new Madison Riverfront overlook, the German-American Bank judges stand. The boats will go to our right in turn number 1. That is to the west. They'll thunder up the back straightaway underneath the Milton Madison Bridge into turn number 2, underneath the bridge again, 2.5 miles around. Brad, it's an exciting track, sheer speed down the chutes. We could see upwards of up to 190 miles per hour at the end of each chute in competition.
Yeah, you certainly can. These are long, long straightaways, and it's very different from what the boats raced on just 1 week before. You and I were talking about the setup down in Guntersville on that big, wide race course that had those very, very high speeds, and the gear setups and so forth. Now it's those tight corners. Acceleration definitely gets rewarded on this course. So does top end speed. They'll be gearing the boats differently here, and that's what this test session's all about. Dylan Runney has just completed his first hot lap on this race course here on the Ohio River.
This is the 62nd year of racing for Miss Madison Racing. The team has 40 wins. Out of those 40, 6 APBA Gold Cups. That's third on the all-time owners list. Underneath the Milton Madison Bridge, Dylan Runney made his debut at last weekend's Southern Cup in Guntersville, Alabama. Comes by the Madison Ford start-finish line. And Tana Morissette, our engineer, monitoring the H1 Unlimited radios. The first lap is at 1:31.477. To warm up, that Lycoming L7 gas turbine engine. Mr. Luce, how'd he look on lap number 1?
He stepped it up after he made his first lap at 1:31, as you said. That was just making sure he knew where the buoys were. That was his first lap on this race course, but the first hot lap in the books, 149.152, 149.152, Jeff.
Mike Hansen, the chief wrench of the U1 Miss Home Street, and that name says enough. Mike, of course, a one-time pilot in the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series, won the 2001 APBA Gold Cup in Detroit in the U9 Tubby's Grilled Subs for owners Mike and Lori Jones. Running underneath the Milton Madison Bridge, approaching the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line. Boat right now looks pretty good coming by the start line. Looked like he might have got off the throttle a little bit, feathering it into turn number 1. And Brad, you can tell the tail is dropped. Brad will deliver the speed here on lap number 2 in testing.
A tick slower than lap number 2. We turned that one at 148.920, so just a tick under the 149 of the previous lap. Again, this is still the first time Dylan Runny has been on the Ohio River in this race boat. He's running a wide course around the track right now, trying to find a groove that he likes in that boat. I mentioned this is a big weekend for Dylan Runny. It's going to be huge for him this evening to get in the parade, come down the parade route, make sure you're out there and give it up for this young man. He's driving the local boat, and it looks mighty good as we look at him coming underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. You can look right underneath that hydroplane. That means he's got a lot of air, and he's just floating it on the front straightaway. Jeff, looks good.
Runny is the 24th pilot in Miss Madison racing history. He was named the 24th driver back on December 22nd of 2022. That was a big day in Madison. Dylan Runny was named the 24th pilot of Miss Madison, and I turned a buck older at 59. Runny got more pub than I did.
He got a lot more, and he's going to get a lot more pub on Monday than I'm going to get because he and I share the same birthday, July the 3rd.
I know that birthday of yours is coming up, and if you follow H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing, Brad's number, if you go back to the 71 Gold Cup here in Madison, if you just remember the number of Bill Muncie's Atlas van lines, that will be Brad on July 3.
Oh, you always have a good little riddle about that as Mr. Runny cuts the race course legally here, and will come down front straightaway slowly. All he has to remember is what year that 71 Gold Cup happened.
And this December 22nd, Lord willing, I'll be Steve Compton 60, Miss Thriftray.
There you go. So Dylan Runny, after a couple of quick laps here on the river, the quickest, his second at 149.152. A couple of more laps of 148 and change.
Brad, you saw that move through the infield while Dylan goes up the back straightaway. Briefly go over the milling period in the race before the race. Last week at Guntersville, there was one area only to enter on the back chute, the front chute. This weekend, there are 2 areas.
Yeah, there are. We'll be talking about it as the weekend goes on and develops, but an unlimited hydroplane race, in fact, all of our boats that are here this weekend, we run it on a clock start. It is a timed start. The end game of that time start is put your boat on the start-finish line right here in front of the judges' stand. Put it on that start-finish line just as the clock strikes 0 with a whole lot of boat speed and clean water. Get across that line before the clock hits 0. You incur the wrath of the officials. You get a 1-lap penalty, and the bottom line is you are not going to win. But if you're tardy, and we saw this last week, Jeff, if you're late to the start-finish line, there's so much speed in this field, it's really going to be tough to make it up on only a 3-lap heat. Let me guess. You're going to tell me 12 seconds from the bridge.
No, I got him off the exit pin at turn number 2, the start-finish line buoy. I'll let you re-guess.
I don't remember that number, but I know what you're going to say after you tell me.
Generally, it's 17.
And
this time it was 18. Now, this start-finish line with the new German-American Bank judges stand, I think we're in the same alignment, but Dylan was out in about a lane 3 sequence. So your timing marks when we go racing tomorrow and Sunday. When you get to the entrance pin at turn number 2, just past the Milton Madison Bridge on the Kentucky shoreline, about that 24-second mark at exit pin at 17. Yeah, the bridge, you're right, 12 seconds. You win the prize, you'll get the double cheese plane from Hinkle's.
Dylan Runny's going to come back after cutting the race course again. And back to what you talked about. I was mentioning that we do everything on a clock start. It is a timing sequence. And the boats before the race, the boats can come out on the race course at the 5-minute mark. That's 5 minutes before the race actually begins. The boats are then allowed to come away from the dock in the pit area and come out and begin what you and I refer to as the milling period. And when the boats leave the dock, Jeff Ayler, they are not assigned a lane to race in. They have to go out and quote-unquote fight for that particular lane. And there's a lot of jockeying for that position, some of which includes cutting the race course to get in a more advantageous place on the course at a specific time. They can cut the course, as you said, 2 different places on this one, where Dylan Runney cut the race course from the back stretch to the front stretch. He came around the top end of the Grand Prix course. He can cut from the front stretch to the back stretch after crossing the start-finish line. So we'll be watching that, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of it as the weekend goes on. Away from the dock, U9, Beacon Plumbing, and Corey Peabody.
Brad, also, too, when we go racing at the Southern Cup last week, lane 1 is where you wanted to be. Why? Less real estate to cover, shortest way around. Here in Madison, these tight turns, long chutes, lane number 1 is not necessarily the spot you want to be. You can win from 2, depending on how the boats start in 1 and 2. You can win from 3. That turn number 1, though, it gets rough. That is key, how you maneuver your boat in racing through turn 1. And then about right there is that sandbar activity. Listening to Bill Muncy doing color commentating with Keith Jackson, 1971 Gold Cup here. That's that sandbar stuff below the river. And Muncy said it perfectly. Well, the bottom of the river goes up and down and up and down. The top of the river does the same.
It does the same thing, and that particular spot on the race course has bit more than one driver in their quest for the Indiana Governor's Cup in the past, or perhaps the APBA Gold Cup. Steve Reynolds got bit down there pretty hard one time, and just a couple of years ago, J. Michael Kelly, it bit him. He hooked hard to the left, and it beat him up pretty good in the cockpit. It's a tough one down there, but as you like to say, if you can get through that corner on that inside lane clean, you've got a big advantage moving forward.
You're right. Steve Reynolds lost that 1979 Gold Cup off the turn in the Circus. She walked, she wobbled, she loaded up, and who else but the wily old veteran shot on the outside. Muncy in the Blue Blaster Atlas van lines claimed the Gold Cup here that year in Madison. That is one that has always haunted Steve Reynolds.
It absolutely has, and you can talk to Steve, and he will bring that up at some point in the conversation. But right now, the discussion is U9 and Corey Peabody driving Daryl and Vanessa Strong's U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Got the Beacon Plumbing and the Beacon Electric in the stables of Strong Racing. And for our fans that were here a year ago, Jeff Ayler, oh my goodness, what we saw this boat do, arguably and pretty much without question, the best final heat of the year last year. It unfortunately didn't finish the way Corey wanted it to as we began the final and 5th lap. Corey at the entrance pin to the lower corner down there trying to run down Jimmy Shane. The boat got away from him. He hit a roller, over it went. The boat was in numerous pieces when it came back. The crew, the team made the decision, let's rebuild this boat. Let's really make some major changes to it instead of trying to just patch it back together. It came back out on the water a week ago, and oh my goodness, this thing was a rocket. So far, Jeff, nobody has solved the Corey Peabody puzzle. He hasn't been beaten yet.
No, and Jeff Campbell right here just to our right, I could almost reach out and touch him. He's watching his driver Corey Peabody entering turn number 1 in the U9 Beacon Plumbing. Of course, your current points leader in the 2023 H1 Unlimited National High Point Standings. Corey resides in Covington, Washington. His birthplace was Bellevue, right there across from Lake Washington in Seattle, where the Crafts race. He is now the team general manager at Strong Racing, married to his wife Stacy. Their 3 children, Riley, Layton, and Race now, Brad, is in double digits at 10, R-A-Y-C-E. If you drive boats and you race, you got to have a son named Race as well.
Absolutely, and yesterday afternoon, they too were all at Hinkle's having a hamburger up there. It was a good day at Hinkle's yesterday. Here comes Corey after his first lap on the clock at 141 miles an hour, 141 for Corey Peabody. I mentioned it earlier when we talked, Jeff, that out at the test session, I asked Corey, I said, so the last time you were in this boat, it bit you? It bit you down in that lower corner in Madison, and I was sure I knew the answer to the question. I asked him if that was in the back of his mind. He says, no. He says, when you do this, you got to have a real short memory. So I'm sure he's not thinking about it when he goes into that lower corner. He's just thinking about a fast way to get around the race course, and if he likes this particular gear setup and combination that he's got.
You mentioned Daryl and Vanessa Strong. They began their ownership in H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing in 2020, and Sweet Home Alabama has been wonderful to them. They've won the past 3 Southern Cups, but Brad, here at the Madison Regatta Indiana Governor's Cup, things have not gone strong racing's way in 21 and 22. Well, 23 turned the tide, not Crimson Tide, but Tide on the water, and with luck here in Madison.
Well, I'm sure that's the idea for strong racing, because you're right. They have not had good luck here. In fact, they've left here more than once with boats that have been beat up pretty good and drivers beat up. So I'm sure they're anxious to get out of here with a couple of full pieces, and we'll head to the Western Swing. But for right now, we will watch Corey, and he goes up his second lap speed. Jeff, you'll like this, 151.382 miles an hour. The next lap, 152.101. So quick lap was the third one at 152.101 miles an hour. To give you an idea of a speed record here in Madison, Indiana, we have to go all the way back to 1993. Character by the name of Chip Hanauer driving the Miss Budweiser. He turned in a qualifying speed on this lap of 166.852 miles an hour. That's the course qualifying record here in Madison.
Pretty good driver, Chip Hanauer. Chip, if you're watching, good morning to you out in the Pacific Northwest as Corey Peabody flies the Beacon Plumbing across the start-finish line buoy. And I believe, Brad, this might be his final time around here in this testing session for H1 Unlimited. We have 2 1-hour windows booked for H1 Unlimited in testing. And, Brad, that is part of the rule book procedures.
Yep. The teams have to have a certain amount of time on the water before they go out and qualify. And that's very important because the boats earn points for qualification. They are earning points for not only the race this weekend here in Madison, but they are also earning points that count toward National High Points and the National High Points Championship. So they want to make sure they know what their boat will do on this race course. They want to know what the best combination is, because when it comes time to go play with the qualifying clock, they want to make sure they have the best combination and a good shot at 100 points. Corey Peabody coming back to the dock in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Bill Cahill out of the Pacific Northwest, owner of the Beacon operation. He is sponsoring both strong boats, the Beacon Plumbing and the Beacon Electric. Corey Peabody back and pops the lid after a very successful run. The quick lap, 152.101. 152.101. Just talking about speed last week, Jeff Ayler, we were talking about how fast that race course was. It was shorter than this one, but it was wider, and everybody told us this was going to be a quick one. And oh my goodness, was it ever. Corey Peabody in his first heat of competition turned a lap, in heat 1B down in Guntersville, he averaged for the 3-lap heat 162.910 miles per hour. That is the fastest heat average ever. And I'm not talking 2.5 mile course, 2 mile course, 3 mile course, 8 mile course, 10 laps, 3 laps, 5 laps. That is the fastest heat average ever. 162.910. I had to check it out this morning just because I was curious. Did he by chance nip that 166 lap record that Steve David set in Honolulu? And he did not. His quick lap was 163. So
no doubt that one was in jeopardy last weekend.
Absolutely.
But Steve David still holds it at over 166 miles per hour. So, Brad, the Beacon Electric on the water. J. Michael Kelly out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. Hard to believe right now. We are getting old. J. Michael Kelly is 44 years of age. Began racing. He was, around 20, 21 years old when he first got in the unlimited class out in Tri-Cities?
I think that's right. I'm not sure I know his age real well, but it was 2004, I know that. and he was driving what was later to become, maybe it was at the time, the old Trend West hull.
Yeah.
And he got the thing in the final heat, led the fleet across the start-finish line in the final, but he was on the far outside. But that was his beginning, and he is unique in the sense that he transferred from outboard hydroplanes straight to the unlimiteds. Outboard hydroplanes, by the way, that he still drives on a very regular basis.
You were there at J. Michael's debut at that Columbia Cup, and Jim Harvey was the owner of the boat, and I think the boat name that weekend, Miss APBA, comes to mind.
That's exactly what it was. It just said APBA with blue and orange and white. How about that for the colorblind guy? And it said on the cowling, I remember just big letters on it, APBA. But right now it says Beacon Electric. It is bright red, and J. Michael Kelly just getting reacquainted with this 2.5-mile Bill Cantrell race course here on the Ohio River. And this is a boat that, from my way of looking at it, my way of thinking, was much improved last week down in Guntersville versus how they ran last year. I think the team had to be very happy.
Oh, without a doubt. Starting here in the remainder of last year's season, I mean, Brad, I hate to say it, but the grade was around C or even lower, but they're back up in that A territory as far as marks go. If you're looking at as teachers go, grading students, this one is back, and it's one to watch at this weekend's Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. J. Michael Kelly has won here before at the Governor's Cup. Underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. J. Mike, hit that throttle. I want to check that timing mark from the bridge to the start-finish line buoy.
I don't think that's going to happen.
There he got her. A little bit past it.
Look at you knowing now where you're going to put your foot in it. Here comes Mike. U8, Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. I know what you're going to say, so go ahead and do it.
So from the bridge to the Madison Ford start-finish line, when we get it 12 seconds on the clock and racing Saturday and Sunday, put your foot to the floorboard. You'll be right there at zero. If you cross the start-finish line buoy before the clock strikes zero in H1 Unlimited, it's a one-lap penalty, or two inboard classes, 1 minute penalty on elapsed time. And Brad, the boat looks good approaching the bridge.
But you didn't say your normal line. Brad, it never changes.
Brad, it never changes.
They haven't moved the bridge and they haven't moved the start-finish line. It never changes.
It never changes.
J. Michael Kelly, top end of the race course. That bright red Beacon Electric, the U8, boat owned by Darrell and Vanessa Strong out of the Tri-Cities. Looking right underneath that boat. Beautiful boat ride here. Look at him fly the right side of it. Mike's one of the very best at that, Jeff Ayler. He can fly a boat as good as anyone. And, of course, when the boat's not touching the water, it's not getting any friction from the water, and you can go faster. But, of course, that's the ragged edge, and you don't want to get too close. Kelly already off the lower end of the race course. This is where you want that acceleration, and then you want to build to a good set of top-end speed as you go underneath that Milton Madison Bridge. Such a famous race course here, Jeff. I just love this.
Kelly, the 2016 APBA Gold Cup winner in Detroit. Brad and you and I were there that day. That was a fierce battle with Kelly holding off Jimmy Shane and Miss Homestreet. J. Mike, 14 career victories in the sport, one behind the legendary Chuck Thompson. Chuck with 15 underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. And when a driver airs out an H1 Unlimited hydroplane, one of the best in the business is J. Michael Kelly. And he is floating in fine fashion across the Madison Ford start-finish line. That's how you do it.
That is how you do it. Scares me to death when he does that, but that's all right. It's just, and Jeff's just shaking his head going, no, it's fine. Things rock solid. And it did. It looked good. That's why you and I talk, and he puts boats together.
And he does a masterful job. He'd done his homework over the winter. Strong Racing has two boats that could no doubt win, and you asked me to handicap them before the final heat last weekend at the Southern Cup. I had the 9 at 2-1, this boat at 3-1, and they were right there. I thought they were both the two deserving favorites to win last weekend's race.
Absolutely they were. And you talked about JMK. He turned that last lap at 150.748. That was his quick one. He had a 147, but that last one, 150. .748. Mike's going to come slowly across start-finish line one more time. We talk about the sponsorship with Bill Cahill, and thank you, Mike. We were talking about the fact that you could cut the course from the front stretch to the back stretch after you cross start-finish line. A perfect example of that is what Mike just did.
And Brad, my times here doing the PA for the Madison Regatta, I've seen many drivers cut right through there, and they can steal lane number 1 in that position in that race before the race. We see that smoke. Don't think that's much to worry about. Butch Perry with his barbecue place, he can smoke better than that.
I'm sure he can. We're going to find out before this weekend's over, young man. So J. Michael Kelly will come back to the pit area. You talk about the 14 wins that Mike has. You talk about the fact that Strong Racing has not had the best of luck here on the Ohio River. But this particular guy, and even despite maybe some of the struggles they had a year ago, he continues to have really good luck out in his hometown in Seattle on Lake Washington, and of course that's where the APBA Gold Cup is going to be. He's won 4 times on Lake Washington. Oh, would he love it this year.
When it comes to racing in Seattle on Lake Washington, J. Michael Kelly has the knack of getting the checkered flag. As Brad mentioned, he's done it 4 times, and he would love nothing but number 5 to get a ring on the thumb, and that APBA Gold Cup, it would be his second. And Brad, so neat to see the Gold Cup come back to Seattle. Last race there in 1985, and the sponsor of the 8 and the 9 is Bill Cahill with Beacon Electric, Beacon Plumbing. He's a big player to bring the oldest active trophy in the world in motorsports back to Seattle.
Yeah, and I think it's a big deal. And of course, I'm a kid that grew up there, and I cut my teeth watching unlimited racing on Lake Washington back in the day in the 1950s. There's no question I'm an old guy. So yeah, I remember all that good stuff, and it was a lot of fun, and that was the heyday of the Detroit-Seattle rivalry, and it just didn't get a whole lot better than that during those times. And it, like you said, 1985, Chip Hanauer was the winner out there. In 85, we have not had the Gold Cup there since. Bill Cahill, he sounded very much like Bernie Little when he put together the sponsorship package for Strong Racing on the 8 and the 9, and then stepped up to help sponsor the Gold Cup and bring it to Seattle. He says, I want the Gold Cup in Seattle, I want it on Lake Washington, and I want to win it.
You know, I was at that 1985 APBA Gold Cup as a fan and button collecting, my second time to Seattle, and interesting final heat, but one of the sentimental favorites at that race was Steve Wimmer's 711 with Steve Reynolds, the engine nicknamed Big Wally, and they had hull damage earlier in the day, and the 711 subsided in the final heat. But the final heat, you had the Griffin Bud, the Bubble Bub with the late Jim Cropfeld. They went dead in the water, and it was just a final heat that you wasn't expecting because Chip won it in the Miller. I believe Scott Pierce was second in the Executone. And Hanover, Indiana's Todd Yarling hit the podium, and Jim and Nancy Sedam's U-22. Even Tom DeEath went dead in the water in the Squire shop, which was very unusual for Chief Wrench Jim Harvey.
I think that was the Britannia Squire.
The Britannia, thank you, because I was wanting to say that, and I wanted to go KZOK, so I just went with the Squire shop to be safe and not get a penalty.
I think I had my Britannia jeans back in the day in 1985. Jamie Nielsen out on the water here in what many people think is the prettiest boat in the fleet this year. This one is gorgeous. On the water, it just looks beautiful. Chartreuse, royal blue, and red. It is owned by Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cle Elum, Washington, driven by Jamie Nielsen out of Gig Harbor, Washington. And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people, Jeff, that are going, Chelan, Washington, where is that? Pretty much dead center in the state. Gig Harbor, well, you got to go down to Tacoma along Puget Sound and go across the Narrows Bridge and head up a bit. Gig Harbor is a really, really gorgeous place. That's what Jamie calls home. And for our fans watching, Jeff, I know you know this. This is not the same boat that was here a year ago.
No, and Scott and Shannon Rainey, the owners, Scott, the chief wrench, and Shannon Media, all sorts of other things with the 11. I kind of had fun with it last week at Guntersville, and a fan of the sport. I was glad Shannon won the coin flip. I believe they use a quarter. I think it was weighted just perfectly on that side for Shannon. Not certain if she called heads or tails, but I was glad to see this one come back out. And the showing last week at Guntersville proved the point that this one might be the best of the two.
Well, and that started in the Tri-Cities when they had never turned a lap at 155, and in the test session out there they did. And I'll tell you what, Shannon Rainey, who refers to this one as her boat. This one is her boat, so she likes her boat. And look at the air he's got underneath it, nice and solid, but keeping air underneath it, Jeff.
You know, Brad, it just hit me. We didn't mention this at Guntersville last week, but that old T4 Budweiser they campaigned the last 2 seasons, I always thought the equipment was there, but if the boat ride's not there, the equipment can't perform.
We say that all the time, and in fact, I said that to Corey Peabody one time just at the test session over in the Tri-Cities, and I said, you know, we always make the comment, you can have all the horsepower in the world, but if you don't have boat ride and can't use it, it doesn't do you any good. And he looked at me and he says, you just have all the horsepower in the world. That's all you've got.
And it won't go nowhere if that boat ride is a little bit stale.
That is correct. So top end of the race course, Jamie Nielsen turning in a hot lap here, going out pretty wide off the top end. Something we did not see last week, given that very, very wide course down in Guntersville. Here comes Jamie Nielsen in the Legend Yacht Transport, new sponsor for the team this year. Man, it looks good.
Boy, great airing out by Jamie Nielsen past the Madison Ford start-finish line buoy, working into turn number 1 just south of Broadway Street here in downtown Madison through turn number 1. Skid fin water coming up, beautiful turn. There's that roller activity there. But Brad, right now, the Ohio River's in calm conditions, and once the boats get out here creating their own wakes, that helps them to break that hydroplane up off the water a little bit. They don't like that flat water, which they call the sticky effect. That's when that glues the hydroplane down. But right now, water conditions are perfecto.
They are ideal right now. Jamie Nielsen turned his fast lap so far, 146.146. 0.165. Jeff, I'm going to step away from the mic for just a moment. I think you can handle it. That orange one down there is bucket list racing. Somehow you knew that.
Thank you, Brad Luce. Brad will take a slight break as Jamie Nielsen comes back across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line buoy, waves that right sponson to his crew located on the pit dock here in Madison. And Nielsen slows entering turn number 1. Our co-engineer, Tana Morissette, monitoring the H1 radios, has the whiteboard, and that's their fastest of the 3. They're at 149.385 miles per hour. 149.385 for Jamie Nielsen in the Legend Yacht Transport. Coming up on 1:45 Eastern Daylight Time here in Madison, Indiana. We have the water until 5, but we'll stay with you. Our schedule had to be shuffled. A little trouble getting the course set this morning, but once we started going here in the early afternoon hours, things are clicking off rapidly and quick as Jamie Nielsen on his cool-off lap up in turn number 2. In the Legend Yacht Transport. Jamie, a one-time draftee in Major League Baseball by the Kansas City Royals, played 1 season professionally. He is in the Hall of Fame at Division II Central Washington in Ellensburg, Washington, where he played position number 6, shortstop. Dynamite baseball player, wonderful hydroplane driver as he slows underneath the Milton Madison Bridge, and we look for Jamie Nielsen to bring the Legend Yacht Transport back to the pit dock. His degree is in finance. He works for the U.S. Navy in financial analyst, married to his wife Jessica. They have children, Claire at 8, and Crew, C-R-U-E, Crew is now 2. Next boat leaving the dock, and a great effort by this team after the collision at last weekend's Southern Cup at Guntersville, Alabama. It's the U40 Bucket List Racing, the Tennessee Orange with the yellow, black, and silver trim. Dustin Eccles drives out of Monroe, Washington. This boat at the Southern Cup last week at qualifying did a lap at 171.294 miles per hour. We won't see 170 here at Madison due to the long chutes and tight turns. These turns scrub off speed with the H1 Unlimiteds in the corner, but Dustin Eccles, I could very well see him getting up to the 155 barrier. We'll see how it shakes out here in open testing for H1 Unlimited. So this is our 5th boat to take to the water. 5 boats in the David Lee Memorial Pit area for the 2023 Madison Regatta. Underneath the Milton Madison Bridge to our left, Dustin Eccles out of Monroe, Washington. Dustin has his own business, Eastside Truck Repair. He's a diesel mechanic by trade. Wonderful hydroplane driver on the weekends. He's doing double duty here this weekend in Grand Prix America and, of course, in H1 Unlimited. Past the Madison Ford start-finish line, Dustin Eccles, his first lap on the clock in testing. I think they want to check things out. The left tip of the front fork was repaired, and also to check the skid fin strength. Took a little hit as well in that collision last weekend in Guntersville with the 91 Goodman Real Estate. Now Eccles puts his foot to the floorboard. You can hear a better sound coming out of that T55 L7 gas turbine engine. Rules for the engine: fuel, you can pump in 4.3 gallons of fuel per minute into the turbine. All 5 of our boats here this weekend will run the T55 L7 gas turbine. These boats well capable of 200 miles per hour, but the end of each shoot here in Madison this weekend, we'll see speeds of up to 185 to 190 miles per hour. Eccles past the Madison Ford start-finish line and flies it across past the pit area, working back into turn number 1. We'll get a speed here for you from Tana Morissette. She's working feverishly. And we got 142.483 miles per hour, 142.483. No doubt more left in this boat, the U40 Bucket List Racing. Owners are Sharon and Kelly Stockland out of the Pacific Northwest. They're looking for their first ever victory in H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing this weekend as owners, and this is one to watch here in Madison after turning in that top qualifying performance at last weekend's Southern Cup in Guntersville. Eccles underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. Have an opportunity to see Tate Meyer with our video team from H1 Unlimited doing nice camera work following the U40 Bucket List Racing into turn number 1. Dustin Slows entering the Broadway Street turn, and we'll get a time. And he's over 150, 151.105 miles per hour. 151.105. Brad Luce, you are back with us. I mentioned our 5 H1 Unlimiteds. All 5 have taken to the water, and small field, but I see 3, if not 4 boats, depending on how it plays out, has a shot of winning here. And then the 5th one, depending on how it shakes out, is not out of the mix as well because they're improving.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very much a quality field, and we don't have the numbers that we wish we had, but that's okay. That's the way it is in boat racing, and sometimes things like that happen. We had the unfortunate accident to the U91, which caused them not to be able to join the field this weekend. But boy, these boats are fast. What did we just have? We had 5 boats run. We saw laps from 149 to 152. I would say that puts them pretty close together. Yeah, a couple of 149s, a 151, and a 152.
And you know what that does for someone like myself before we go racing tomorrow? That's tough handicapping.
That is tough handicapping, but you also know that we're going to come to you and expect you to have all of the dynamite numbers.
It's going to be tight. You're not going to make much money at the windows if we had them here.
No. So Dustin Eccles will bring the bright orange Bucket List Racing back to the pit area, back to the dock here.
And what a great effort. Crew Chief Taylor Evans, Kelly Stockland, Mike Limler, Nelson Holmberg, Dustin. I'm leaving names out, I know. But
you left one big one off of there because Kelly Stockland did a ton of work on that. I actually had some of it shown to me this morning.
What a remarkable effort.
It's incredible what they did to bring that boat here.
And a lot of it they worked outside at a hotel in Nashville, Tennessee.
That's what I heard, and Dustin's going to make a liar out of me and not come back to the pit dock here. He's going to cruise on down to the lower end of the race course. But this is very important, Jeff, the fact that he's taken this slow lap, and people go, why would you do that? We talked about the fact that it's all done on a clock start. Everything's about timing and this and that. You need to know how long it takes you to get from point A to point B, wherever those 2 points might be. Maybe it's all the way around the race course, because when you get away from the pit dock at 5 minutes before the start, you've got to pick up those spots and know how fast to go when you get there, so your mark will bring you right to the start-finish line at the right time. And then, of course, you run your timing marks in lane 3 or 4, and then you go out there, and as we said, your lane's not assigned to you, and somebody's already in lane 3 or 4. Then what do you do? So you got to have a plan B, C, D, and that's what makes this fun.
Improvise. Well, Brad, it's approaching 2 o'clock. We will check with our officials. I know we had another hour window for Pro Light and GPA. We do need to get the second hour in for H1 Unlimited, and we do have a 2-hour window of qualifying for H1 Unlimited. So a little bit of a late start today, but once we're going, it's going well, and we got some jam-packed action. We'll just skip with the officials when Dustin Eccles' run continues, and then when we get that adjusted schedule and time frame, we can pass it along to our fans along the shoreline, and also, too, watching at home via H1 Unlimited through YouTube. It's been overcast here in Madison on this Friday. You can feel the humidity, but with the sun not out a lot, it's manageable.
It is manageable. It's very comfortable here, as a matter of fact. And what our fans just saw, Jeff, was a one-lap timing run. You talked about X number of seconds off the shadow of the bridge, X number of seconds off of the exit pin of the top end of the race course. Dustin Eccles came all the way down the front straightaway, nice and slow across start finish, nice and slow through the corner, up the backstretch, and then he hammered it when he started on the front straightaway. They will record all of those times and numbers so they know when they go racing, you're in a good spot, keep going, and now hit it and let her rip. Dustin Eccles come back to the dock in the bright bucket list racing Tennessee orange, the U40. I'm sure as I stepped away, Jeff, you talked about the 151 mile an hour lap that Dustin turned down in Guntersville. I never had seen a 171 mile, excuse me. Sorry, Dustin, wherever you are. I'm not trying to cheat you 20 miles an hour. I'd never seen a 171 mile an hour lap.
No, I never did either, and it was phenomenal to watch. And the course layout at Guntersville this year proved out to work well for H1 Unlimited. The speeds were incredible. These drivers could keep their foot to the floorboard in the turns, but Brad, better yet, with those larger turns, they could still work that canard wing up in the front and keep that boat floating over Lake Guntersville. And, boy, we saw some just dynamite turns last weekend, drivers painting the buoys, but better yet, to their outside in lanes 2 and 3, they could keep the chili to it. I hope Cal Phipps is watching, because he likes that when you put that pepper on him.
He puts the pepper on them, and then you like that, too. You get to hauling the mail and putting the sugar to it, and yeah, you got some of your better lines still packed up and ready to go here.
I don't know if putting the sugar to it was one of my best ones there at Detroit, but it's one we've had fun with for a number of years now, my friend.
Well, it's one that I was not expecting at the time, and when you said it, I responded by busting out laughing. I was not ready. But I will tell you, these fans up here in Madison, Indiana, and the live stream, I can tell you for a fact they've been watching, because I made a comment down there that I had picked up from Phil Cole back in the day, and I think we were talking the 1973 regatta here, and he's talking about the number of points at the end of the day earned by the Pan Pac and the Budweiser, and he made a comment. He said, and then after that, he said, I think it's just going to be fruit salad. We'll have to check all the numbers. I made a comment about fruit salad down there, and I've had 2 people so far come up to me here in Madison and say, fruit salad? That was pretty good.
Brad, I wanted to say hello to a good friend of ours, and I'm so glad he's able to watch today. I mentioned him earlier, but my friend John told me we worked the last 2 Owensboro Hydro Fairs, and John was scheduled to be in Brockville, Ontario, Canada this weekend for the HRL event, but unfortunately, a little bit of an emergency medical procedure. John, I hope you're healing well. Thank you for watching and listening. Get well soon. Valleyfield needs you because he's going to Valleyfield to announce this year their event coming up in a couple of weeks. John, get well, hammer down, get to Quebec.
Yeah, get it done, John. Hope you're feeling better. God bless you, and get back on your feet because we need you out here. Call them boat races.
He does a wonderful job. And plus, John, too, Brad, has some inboard experience. He hooked up with a family from Havre de Grace, Maryland back in the day, but Shane is their last name, and he cut their teeth with them on the water. Pretty good group.
That's a pretty good group right there, the Shane family. So we had our test session, which is still got a green flag on. I take that back. There's a black flag on the race course right now. But under the green flag, all of our boats came out on the race course, all 5 of our H1 Unlimiteds. The speeds were quick. I think everybody got a good look at this race course. The water conditions, as you said, during the test session was terrific. It has not changed. And so now we're just going to have to monitor the official radio here. Let's see what we're going to do with Pro Lights and GP, because we got people who want to go qualifying, and we have to later on.
This is a very special friend of mine right here.
Yeah?
This is the niece of Mike Hansen, and her grandfather is Larry Hansen, and her dad is Tyler Hansen. This is Adeline Sage Hansen. Hello, Addie. How are you? You're going to be driving J Hydro, and right now I think you'll probably be the 2049 APBA Gold Cup winner.
There you go.
First female in history to win the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. What are you doing?
She thinks you look funny, Jeff, with that thing over your ears and that microphone.
What are you talking about, Jeff?
That was quite the look Mr. Ayler just received. And now she's decided she'd rather look at the race boats in the river than you.
Can you say anything? Hello?
Say hello.
Hello? She about got it in.
That was Jeff, by the way, for those of you.
Oh, she's pretty.
So next up on our schedule, Jeff Ayler, is GP and Pro Light testing.
Starting at 2.
From 2 until 3 o'clock.
2 to 3, Pro Light and Grand Prix testing.
Thank you, Jordan.
So with that, you're going to boot me out of here. I'm going to take off the headset. Jordan, I'm only going to tell you one thing. It's really hot in my ears. It's really sweaty in there. I'll hand the headset off to you now.
Brad,
just what you wanted.
Brad, great. Glad you're here with H1, and Jordan will pop in, and Jake McCormick, president of Madison Regatta, will get my overtime expense report for the weekend here at the German-American Bank Judges Stand. And Jordan, you'll come back in. None of our inboard boats are in the water right now, but as you mentioned, and you can deliver the news to our fans watching with H1 Unlimited via YouTube, and also to our guests and race fans here along the shoreline.
Yep, I've just been told they're going to do testing for Pro Light and Grand Prix America from 2 to 3 o'clock. Of course, as you said, then there's also still, I believe, another hour of unlimited testing and qualifying to go. But from 2 to 3 o'clock is when it is scheduled to be testing for Grand Prix America. And again, Pro Light presented by Lithium. So, Jeff, looks like we're still waiting here. I'm looking down to see if any of the Pro Lights and Grand Prix are getting ready. And I'm guessing probably we'll get back on the set here once we get some boats in the water.
I tell you, with that, Jordan, no boats are in the water.
Sure.
Let's you and I take a slight break. Sean is with us with our sound team. Let's hear from some of our sponsors here at the 2023 Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills.
Awesome.
Thank you, Sean. For our fans along the shoreline, make your way to the Home Street Souvenir Trailer right in front of the regatta office here in Madison. New Miss Home Street pilot Dylan Runny will meet you there for an impromptu autograph session. Dylan Runny only, from what I was told, will be making his way to the Home Street Souvenir Tent here along the shoreline. So fans in Madison, you can meet your new pilot of Miss Home Street and welcome Dylan to the community of Madison, Indiana.
I'm just trying to figure out like how far I can go down is the thing. So we ought to talk to this guy.
If you want, man, like if you want to go down there, I'll have you on mute and like just keep on going down until it just stops.
You'll have me on mute?
Yeah, I'll have my wireless mic on mute just so you know we know there's signal coming in, but how far can we go without with it just stopping?
How will you communicate with him? Still working, stop. Or do you want me to just walk down there right now and just keep talking?
Yeah, just walk down there and keep talking. And then I'll just give you a thumbs up.
Kish just got back to the fans.
Welcome back to the Budweiser Madison Regatta, supported by Belterra Casino, after a wild and woolly day on the Ohio River. Chris McClure, along with yours truly, Steve Montgomery, and we finally have the field set, Chris, for the final. It should be a dandy. We've been running 3 and 4 boats at a time. Now we're going to have 6 boats in the water, but not all in the front line.
We have 6 up and on plane now. The U1, the Budweiser, Dave Villwock out there on the back straightaway, bringing it up to full song. He's using the extended cowling, I guess they call it the seawater cowling, on this boat. This is the T6 boat. They ran the T5 on Friday, 2 days ago in testing, went to the 6, qualified the 6. It was the faster of the 2, and they've raced it here today. The U10, the M-Core with Mike Weber, gets in with 110 points on the day. He's had a brilliant afternoon, and he almost had a win taken away from him. He got it back when they reviewed the tapes and said that he had an overlap before he washed down the U9 Bellows Pizza, so he was legal. The Lumar is also up on plane, the U8 with Mark behind the wheel, Mark Evans. U2, Trend West, Terry Troxel is out there and on plane, and I think that is where a lot of the interest in this heat is centered after his performance in one of the heats earlier today. He was just lightning fast, and the boat was beautiful.
Two of the boats in the front row in your picture right there as they go under the bridge that runs between Madison, Indiana and Milton, Kentucky. On the inside, that is Terry Troxel, who really surprises in his brand new U2 Trend West, running away from some boats we knew to be fast in a heat victory earlier. He could be a factor here. It's going to depend on his lane. The other boat that was with him going under the bridge was the yellow Lumar, also a very new boat, which Mark Evans has had a very good weekend with. However, as you heard in the interview just a moment ago, he does not feel he has the propeller he might need to run with his field. We'll see whether he was sandbagging us a little or that's really the case. There's Mark running down into the turn one end of the race course in typical Dave Billwalk style. He has been curling a little partial laps through the infield. Now he's gone down to the end of the race course and is taking the head up the back straightaway right beside Mike Weber. That is Mark Evans in the Lumar, and there are Weber and Billwalk on the back straight.
They're probably going to have to do another loop. We're coming up to the 1 minute mark, and they're going to slow way down. Lumar's going to get caught way out. Trend West is nearly stopped, but he's okay in terms of the score up buoy. Now he's got to get it back up on plane. The U9 and the U25 are on the back straightaway. We're under a minute to go, and this field is all spread out down that straightaway. The Lumar now catching up, and by the time they get into turn number 2 on the eastern end under the bridge, they're probably going to be 4 wide plus 2 in positions where they need to be. It looks like Lumar might get caught way out, but he's catching up, and he's going to get where he wants to be. It would appear at least up with the front runners on that front row. He might not get the laning run from there, though.
Terry Troxel had parked the Trend West just ahead of the score-up buoy. He had lane 1, but he wasn't moving. That's his brother-in-law right beside him, Mike Weber, and he left him a lane in there, which was a key for Terry Troxel and could be a big factor in this race. Here they come now, 2,000 feet away from the start with the countdown underway in the cockpits and as well from the radio. Dave Billwalk is out in lane 3, and Budweiser making a good start. If he's not too early, Troxel is going to wire it. 3, 2, 1, mark. It looked like a legal start from here with Budweiser out ahead. It is a legal start. Oh, we have an accident.
We got Mike Weber went full over and landed on the bottom of the boat, and it continues. The wing is knocked ajar, as you see, but a full barrel roll in the air, and he came down on the bottom of the boat and continued in the same direction.
The red flares have fired. The race will be stopped, and we're going to have to restart this heat. But Mike Weber in a spectacular airborne 360. The boat did land right side up. We do not know anything more than that at this point. The rescue team is on its way to Mike Weber and the U-10 M-Core. A spectacular 360 right in front of us. Everyone's heart stopping on the beach at once. The boats now will all shut down in position wherever they are on the race course until they're told they can return to the pit. So, Chris, we're going to have a stop down here while we sort things out and get some help over to Mike Weber and his stricken craft. So let's take a break and come back to the Budweiser Madison Regatta, supported by Belterra Casino, after this.
And back to activity on the Ohio River. Day number 1 of 3 of the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. Jeff Bernard back out on the course in testing the GP79. Reliable diamond tool cranks up that bad influence, or that damn bad influence. I need to start looking at my chart. Kerry Solly's going to give me a penalty.
Oh, the button man. I got to see Kerry earlier in the week, and he was celebrating as his LSU Tigers won the College Baseball World Series. And let me tell you what, he made a lot of buttons this year, made one for us, made one for the E55, one for GP79. Let me tell you what, he gets better and better each year.
So Bernard hits that throttle by the start-finish line buoy. Let me try it again, Jordan. GP79, reliable diamond tool, cranks up that damn bad influence.
And it looks awfully smooth coming around turn number 1. Jeff coming down the backstretch. Really, really smooth boat ride. A little light there as he comes into the backside. Let me tell you what, that's got a lot of speed, Jeff, as it goes into turn number 2.
Bernard has this 468 wound up, working about a lane 2.5 sequence here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Primary sponsor named earlier this year, Jonathan Thompson, reliable diamond tool. Bernard working in turn number 1. This is your 2-time defending National High Point champion in Grand Prix America. Slows a little bit off the corner. That was a hot lap. Unfortunately, we don't have the calculations and the tabulations here to give you a speed, but that was a good one. And last week at Guntersville, we were seeing these boats one lap doing about anywhere from 120 to 125 miles an hour on the top end. But as we mentioned earlier, Guntersville, short chutes, huge turns. This is different here, longer straightaways, tight turns, but still going to be some exciting dueling, I think, here this weekend in GPA.
I agree. In every GP that we've seen on the water, as we see Greg Hopp and the 15 get ready to take the course as well, every single boat out here has just been so fast. They've turned so well. This is going to be a rough course. This course could be very, very unforgiving, Jeff, as you are aware. But let me tell you what, you get all 5 GPs out there. They run in the races like they have here in testing. We could be in for one whale of a weekend as far as races go.
So Jeff Bernard back to the pit dock, and the reliable diamond tool cranks up that damn bad influence. That damn family is here. They're under the damn tree. Yep. They're going to have a damn good time.
Yes, they are, and I actually went down last year and saw them under that damn tree, and I'll have to probably, if I have time, not that we'll have much, but try to go say hi to them at some point, but we always appreciate them. I drive past the damn theater quite often during the fall when I am up there officiating in Jacksonville and Osgood, or if I go to Greensburg or in the South Ripley area. And it's always fascinating to just see an old theater like that still going.
Out on the course, the dominant yellow with the 2 verticals. That's the GP15. Local sponsor, Super Shine. Greg Hopp, the driver, out of Lake Stevens, Washington. His father, Jerry Hopp, owner out of Snohomish, Washington. Greg working a lane 1 sequence. He comes off the turn. We'll see if he elects to hit that throttle to turn in a hot lap here in testing in GP15 Super Shine. Jordan, this boat has a lot of water under its sponsons. Back in the 1990s, Ned Allen owned this craft with the name Alamo. Bo Scheid, the driver, they were very dominant in GP racing back in the day. Allen, Bo Scheid with Ned Allen, and this hull continues on. And these composite boats, unlike the old wooden ones back in the day, these composite boats, you can cut pieces out, insert new pieces, and just keep going and going. And it's not easy, but it's an easier fix.
You know, you've been watching, obviously, hydroplane racing longer than I have, but it's pretty amazing at the advancements that hydroplane racing has made over the years, whether it be in Grand Prix, Unlimiteds, or Pro Lights. But it's so good to see all these boats continuing to get better and better. Greg Hopp, who won the race here a few years ago, in fact, outdueled his dad in that final heat. And Now we see him back out there. Looked really good in a couple of those. Looked like he was kind of doing a timing run there. But Greg Hopp, another one to watch out for come tomorrow and Sunday.
And Hopp slows off the corner. They get yearly assistance from Bardall and Plan B Garage. And local contingency sponsor here this weekend, Dan Cole sells cars at Madison Ford, and that is our start-finish line sponsor at this year's 2023 regatta here at the German American Bank Judges Stand.
Hot coming down again, getting another timing run here as he crosses the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line. Jeff, looks like he's, again, trying to time that because that's something I remember last year. Cost him in a couple races where he was really, really early because, again, like you said, you cross that line, you get a penalty, and pretty much takes you right out of the first place at the start of the race. So it looks like that's what he's trying to do so he doesn't get caught in that again this year.
Good point, because in GPA and Pro Light, you jump that gun at 0. That's a 1-minute penalty on the lapse time, and those extra 60 seconds, that's a killer. Takes you away from that checkered flag, and of course, and can ruin your day after having a good day, especially if it comes in the final heat. So Greg Hopp still on the course in the Super Shine GP15. Day number 1 of 3 of activity on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse for the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. And also, too, Jordan, this year we have the pit area. It is the David Lee Memorial Pit Area. I knew David, and I hated he's gone, but, man, anybody that loved boat racing, it was David Lee. And wonderful gesture by the regatta to get with his family. And this year the pit area is the David Lee Memorial Pits.
You know, we have, you know, the Bob Hughes Memorial. Of course, we sadly lost Bob a couple weeks ago. His funeral was this past week. And, you know, I actually, you know, I never got to personally meet David Lee, but I've heard so much great things about him. And, you know, just so great to see, because someone that loves hydroplane racing, to me, they should be honored for everything that they, you know, do. They give to the sport, how much they love it. You know, and again, we lost Bob. And, you know, I got to meet Bob, Jeff. My very first regatta for WRX was all the way back in 2014. Jimmy Shane's first year driving for the Miss Madison. I got to meet Bob that year, and that was the last time I really got to have a conversation with him. But, man, just talking to him about what hydroplane racing meant to him and what Miss Madison meant to him, man, I don't know, it just really kind of hit me when I got the word about his loss as well. And, man, Bob Hughes is missed this year.
It's been a tough month of June for our fans here locally that you know the area real well. Lost a classmate of mine in June, and he was the Jefferson County, Indiana Emergency Management Director, Troy Morgan. That is a huge loss for the county and not only Madison. And then former Madison Mayor Al Huntington we lost recently, and once again send our sympathy to the Morgan, Huntington, and Hughes families. And hard to believe we lost 3 big ones in a matter of a couple of weeks, but we did, and that just goes to show you, you never know. Live every day like it's the last.
Exactly. And, you know, one of those, you know, I'll point out 2 of those. Troy Morgan, who I got to interview multiple times. I took his daughter actually to the Shaw Christmas dance my freshman year of high school, which seems like 100 years ago now. I don't know how to tie a tie. I still don't know how to tie a tie, I might add. I walked in and Troy tied it for me, and then Al Huntington, I'll get misty-eyed if I talk about him too much because I loved Al Huntington so much. That was as good a dude as you'll get, and he will be missed. But you know what? We're honoring them by getting some boats on the water because they both loved hydroplane racing.
As we get some Pro Lights in the water, their series sponsor, Go Lithium. We've still got lots of water activity here on this Friday afternoon, but things happen on land tonight. What's going on this evening here? We got something going on at 6. We got something going on at 7.
Yes, we do, Jeff. We have, if I can find my thing here, we have got, let me find my thing here. Okay, there we go. We have the parade tonight, of course, the Hometown USA Parade. That goes at 6 o'clock up on Main Street. So I'm sure many, many people, when I came down here a little after 10 o'clock, there were already cars parked. There were already chairs lined up on Main Street. I saw some pictures online. People had already set stuff up probably 6, 7 o'clock. So, I mean, you'll see that place lined to the walls every way for the Hometown USA Parade. That'll be tonight at 6 o'clock. And then, of course, not long after the parade's over at 7 o'clock, we begin night 1 of the Rooster Tail Music Festival. Again, a reminder for tonight, again, it's free admission on the river today, But you have to have, to get into the Rooster Tail Music Festival, you must have either a music-only wristband or a combo wristband. You will have to have that. But everything kicks off there at 7 o'clock as we will have the Nick Dittmeyer and the Sawdusters. They'll go from 7 o'clock to about 7:40. Then we'll have Arlo McKinley. He'll go from 8 o'clock to about 9:10. And then the headliner tonight, the Hall of Famer, the living legend, Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder. They will hit the stage about 9:30 this evening and will go till 11 o'clock. Let me tell you what, there is a loaded night of music here in Madison. We'll have another loaded night tomorrow as well. So if you get bored in Madison this weekend, not sure what's going on.
I got to have fun with my friend from Owensboro, Kentucky back here. He'll know this name is Jim Lindsay playing this weekend.
Oh, okay.
And what about Bobby Fleet and the band with the beat? Are they here?
I don't know if they're here or not, Jeff.
Okay, well, they go back in the 60s. They might not be around.
Well, that's a little before my time, so I can't speak for that. But, you know, hey, I like older music. I grew up, I grew up listening to the Beach Boys, so I like old music. Don't get me wrong there.
To coin you in, and I had to do it because
Sure.
that's from my favorite television show. It's Black and White from Mayberry, North Carolina.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Those were two of the hot music acts in that show back in the day. And Jim Lindsay, that character, you remember Dukes of Hazzard, Roscoe P. Coltrane?
Oh, Roscoe P. Coltrane.
He was Jim Lindsay.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Let's get back to some action here.
I'm ready for some action as well. And let me tell you what, the Grand Prix have been exciting. The Pro Lights have been exciting. We got several Pro Light boats in the water.
5 Pro Lights here this weekend with their presenting sponsor, Go Lithium. And hoping to see Doug Johnson here this weekend. He's Go Lithium. He purchased Wheeler Baker's craft last year in Pro Light. Doug, I hope you're listening. Hope things are going good up in Minnesota, and hopefully next year we can see your E08 Go Lithium here at the 2024 Madison Regatta. But thank you for Go Lithium sponsorship in the Pro Light Hydroplane Series.
I just saw a few of the cockpit get closed on the GPA the Grand Prix number 5. Excuse me, the Pro Light 5. The E5. I apologize, Jeff. And it looks like we're ready to go. Pro Light testing.
So the Pro Light boats for our fans along the shoreline and watching at home with H1 Unlimited through YouTube. 20-foot length hulls, 10-foot width, all powered by the stock Chevrolet 350 cubic inch engine. Seeing 400 horsepower produced by the 350s. Racing trim, driver inside with the fuel, 1,500 pounds. And Jordan, these boats are capable of doing 135 miles per hour. I think at the end of each shoot here at Madison, right water conditions, right boat setup, I think we'll see in 120, maybe 125. So they'll be cooking at the end of each shoot. But when you get to these tight turns, you better get to attention. Work that canard wing up in the front and work that hydroplane around these tight turns, because that will be critical when we go racing on Saturday and Sunday. Whoever can negotiate the turns the best, not only in Pro Light, Grand Prix America, and H1 Unlimited.
Exactly. I was talking to Team President Charlie Grooms of the Miss Madison team a minute ago, and, you know, the turns here are so important because this course is so unique. And, of course, the water at times can be unforgiving. Now, I think the water looks beautiful out here today. Second straight year we've had, in my opinion, beautiful river conditions. Looks like Shalfett maybe trying to get some timing runs here. But, again, those turns are so key because we have seen races won and lost on turns. We saw back in 2016, Jimmy Shane in the Miss Home Street had the race won and then hit a massive hole in turn 1 over here. And from that, it allowed Andrew Tate to take over on that final lap and grab the victory in the Indiana Governor's Cup. So those turns can giveth and taketh.
That was was that the exhibition
It
race
was.
that year?
It
Now,
was.
let me wait just a moment. Don't get that book out yet.
Uh-oh.
2017.
2017, okay.
Well, let's look.
Well, now you want to look?
You got it right there. I got it.
Okay, let's take a
No,
look.
Brad's got it because I wasn't able to update
You
mine.
are right, it was 2017.
Uh-huh.
Andrew Tate in the Delta Rail Track. 2016 was Jimmy Shane. That was the year Cal Phipps flipped in the 27 across the way in the final lap. So I apologize for that.
That one was in 2016, of course, when Cal blew over, and that's that day. Sunday brought rain, overcast, and of course it was easy for me to say under the canopy, okay, fans, just stick with us, we'll get it in, and we're getting wet, you're not, but we did get it in.
We did get it in, and the race was really good, but Jimmy Shane nailed that start really, really well, and Cal Phipps ran a great race that day. Unfortunately, just pushed the boat a little too hard. And I remember hearing the oh my, oh my, oh my from Jeff Ayler when it happened, words that still kind of ring to me to this day. Let me tell you what a race it was. And in fact, it looks like that 2017 exhibition race when Andrew Tate won in the Delta Reel Track, that's the last time someone other than Miss Madison won the Governor's Cup.
Well, I appreciate that, Jordan. That wasn't some of my best deceleration when an accident happened. Too many oh my's and too many red flags.
Well, absolutely. Too many red flags. Of course, last year, I'm not sure if anything will top the race we had last year.
But you remember that 2016 final heat?
I do.
If Cal wouldn't have blown over, the talk would have been J. Michael Kelly about halfway through that final in the Graham Trucking. He hung the Graham Trucking and rode on the transom of that craft for a number of feet, and the fans along the shoreline that gasped. And then he brought it back down and kept charging, but Jimmy Shane got the win that day after the race was red flagged. It went past the halfway mark, which made it an official event.
It did, and we never want to see that. And unfortunately, we saw Tate blow over last year, and it's really, really unfortunate. Or last week, I should say, and it's really, really unfortunate that he's not here. But hopefully, that boat should be good to go by Tri-Cities for the Columbia Cup. Of course, they get to sit under the Bernie Little tree this year. Does the Miss Madison team since Jimmy Shane won that race last year? But again, you never want to see it. But fortunately, Cal was okay. The boat was. Well, it was what it was, and they are working on the boat. We've seen updates on Facebook and Twitter, and hopefully the 27 comes back soon.
John Rodarski now out on the track, and Roger Mahan's Pleasure Seekers. John, a relatively newcomer to inboard hydroplane racing. John cut his teeth in the outboard category. He's a two-time APBA Hall of Champions inductee in outboard, and inboard hydroplane racing, he spotted many years for Dylan Runney in the Hydroplane Racing League. So he does have some roots in the sport, now getting adapted in the cockpit. And I thought John done real well last week at Guntersville. Showed some promise, showed savviness.
He did, and that's such a fast course up there, and I thought did really, really well. Unfortunately, it was kind of tough to get a full judgment because of the weather and everything that happened last week. But hopefully everything gets together this week, because I think he could easily put that boat at the front of the fleet and give himself a chance to win in the final come Sunday afternoon.
Gary Salvant, John Wodarski out on the track in Pro Light. We're waiting for Bobby King to put a little queso underneath the engine bonnet of the Diego's Mexican Grill, and the sauce goes to the carburetor. And stop by Diego's on Madison's Hilltop at the intersection of State Road 62 and State Road 7. Is that where we're going tonight? Diego's Mexican Grill? Hey, Owensboro, are we going to Diego's? That's where we're going tonight. Owensboro just confirmed it.
He gave you the thumbs up. You can't go wrong with Mexican food. You really, really can. My family and I are big fans of that. So, and I know I was talking to Tana and Brad Luce, and I think they may be hitting some Mexican food before the weekend's out as well. Of course, Diego's, the 242 just going out. We have another Grand Prix, the GP35, getting ready to be lowered into the water as well as we continue on. We got about another half hour left here of this testing session. And, Jeff, it looks like we have an updated schedule here that Tana just taped down on the table for us.
What you got? Fill us in.
You want me to fill you in? Okay. So we have GP and Pro Light testing that is here till 3 o'clock. Of course, again, that's about a half hour. The beginning at 3 o'clock, we will have qualifying for H1 Unlimited. Everything will kick off with the U40, the U1. We go from lowest points to most points, and a lot of points there. I mean, only about 400 points separates the last place boat from the first place boat, so still very, very wide open. Of course, the top qualifier, excuse me, that is 100 points toward the national high point standing. So qualifying very, very important. That starts in about a half hour.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. 3 pro lights still continue on the 1 1/4 mile race course. Here on Madison, the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course, our videographer, Matt Johnson, zooming in on the E5 Flyboy. Matt, great job. I do not know how you do that. I don't know how I do this, but that video team with H1 Unlimited and the drone team, they're good.
There's no one better. To me, the fact that we could just flip on YouTube and watch everything, you can rewind it, and everything is so precise. The graphics team's really good because not only are they following the boats, they have a great graphics team that's right there. They get the times up. They could put, if the start's under review, they could put under review on the top. They put when a penalty's announced underneath. I mean, they do just a phenomenal job, and I don't think there's anyone better.
A lot of good stuff. Of course, the brothers, Tate and Jared Meyer, back here behind us. They're watching and pushing the right buttons, turning the right dials to bring you live coverage of the Madison Regatta with H1 Unlimited through YouTube. Going out, I believe it will be Rob Betke this time, and the Jack Mano family's Northside Liquors. Had a display there last night at 701 Walnut Street here in Madison. I decided to go. Glad I did. Had a good time. Ended up at Shipley's at the end, and that E55 crew, you got to be tough to hang with them. They like to get it going.
Do they?
Yeah.
And I know I wish I could have made it last night, but unfortunately anything out in DuPont right now is completely dark, which I don't want to get on my soapbox there because I'll make some people mad. But I know Jackie was excited to put on that show, and she was posting pictures all night, and we saw the pictures she posted. They had hot dogs there. They had a giveaway last night. She was excited when she told me when she called me and told me she was sponsoring a boat. I was beyond excited for her because let me tell you what, just the more people, the more businesses we get involved in hydroplane racing, the better. Happy to see her jumping back into it. And folks, maybe if you're going to go to the parade, before you go down to Walnut Street, pick up some ice cold beer, maybe a nice bourbon. She's got a great selection of bourbon and tequila there as well. And then go home and safely have fun.
Matt Johnson, nice video work showing the E55 Northside Liquors. He pans out to get the pleasure seekers in there as well. So pro lights in testing activity here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial. Whoa, Bobby King, that's a wild looking boat ride past the Madison Ford start finish line buoy here in Madison. We're on the new Madison Riverfront Development Base, the Overlook. It's a German-American bank, our judges stand sponsor. And we mentioned earlier, it's the David Lee Memorial Pit Area for this year's 23 event. And Jordan, we look above and top of Milton Hill, the tents are out. That has to be a dynamite view of activity on that back straightaway, top of Milton Hill.
Well, and it's weird. So recently, Jeff, and I'm sure you've heard it, we have a way when I'm on the air that you can actually text us. We have a text machine that you can send us a text, 812-265-3322. And I actually had someone who had already set up a tent this week text me earlier in the week on the station number. They were already set up. They were already cooking. They were already ready to go. So let me tell you what, over there, they love their hydroplane racing just as much as we do here. And we're so happy to see, and we know as the weekend goes, we're going to see more and more people on the sidelines. And Jeff, I'm not going to lie, I see a bouncy house, and I want to go over there and get on the bouncy house.
Nope. You got work to do here with me. Call them and see if they can make you an appointment Sunday evening about 5 o'clock.
That can potentially be done. I'm okay with this.
Okay. And for people that don't know here locally and watching us online, Jordan, this is the third time you've joined me here on the PA, and your friends are right to our right at 96.7 FM WORX. You're the morning show host Monday through Friday, and do you have bad blood with them this weekend since you're helping me, or do you actually converse and talk with them throughout the weekend, or is it kind of like a game face situation? This is your half of the field, this is my half of the field, and here I am in the middle.
Well, I don't know, Travis Calvert's given me the see no evil signal to me. He's, of course, on the air right now, and I don't think there's any issues. I think you'll have to grab Timmy T before the week is out.
Well, at the end of that Patton movie, when he said, I'll start a war with somebody and make it look like their fault, I'll do it right here and right now. He don't like you, by the way.
Happy to see it. You know, Travis and Tim have been calling the races here for years. They've been doing it ever since I started doing it. You know, again, because they do all the work. And then when you had asked me, I had stepped in and done PA a few years ago while you were doing the YouTube stream. And then when you came back, and then you had asked me to do it with you, and we've done it now. Like you said, 3 years, the two of us. And then when Brad joined us last year, and of course during the Unlimiteds, I'm down on the docks grabbing some drivers as they get off. And to me, again, like, this is fun for me. This isn't work for me. I'm excited when I come down here, and I mean, just, you know, it kind of just amazes me. I'm looking out right now, and we're here at the regatta because it just seems like yesterday we were here.
Another thing, too, Jordan, I know you've toured the David Lee Memorial Pit area, but from Miss Home Street down to the E300 River City Printing, every boat looks super sharp this year for the Bob Hughes Memorial Madison Regatta, the 73rd edition. And let's give a round of applause for all of our race teams in the pits, not only competing, but these beautiful boats.
There we go. They love it. You know, again, I was walking down. I went to grab some lunch a little bit ago. Starting to see a few more people show up here today. Obviously, some people I'm sure had to work today, and, you know, they're getting through. But I know we're going to have more and more people show up. And it's going to get to a point where tomorrow and Sunday, if you want to go out and walk, you're going to be running into people. But you know what? We want to see it. I know sales were really, really good. I've talked with Jake McCormick and Kyle Bipes on the air the last few weeks. And let me tell you what, sales are good. Tent spots are good. My parents they came down and set up earlier. I don't know what they're doing right now. But you know what? It's just everything looks great this year. And kudos to the Regatta Committee and to get everything set up here. And looks like, Jeff, we got another Grand Prix getting ready to go out. That is the GP 35, Mr. Kennedy.
Bobby Kennedy driving this weekend for TKO Racing 35 out of Fenton, Michigan. Bobby Kennedy, capable shoe and inboard hydroplane racing, one of the best in the business with the local sponsor, River City Printing. Kyle Bipes' local business here in town, not only the vice president of the regatta, but also sponsoring two boats this weekend in GPA and Pro Light. And you knew that Kyle's late grandfather, Jack Ice, was the Madison Regatta president here in 1972, and then Kyle's father was president of Madison Regatta, I believe, in 1998. So Jake McCormick will be in 24, and then Kyle will be third generation from his family to be Madison Regatta presidents, and his tenure will start in 2025.
What about you, Jeff? Is that something you're going to jump into?
No. No. I'm lucky just to do this and blessed to do it.
That's my thing, is I'm very blessed to do this, and to me, no other place I'd rather be this weekend, Jeff.
So Bobby Kennedy out of Fenton, Michigan, taking advantage of this open testing time for the TKO 35 Racing Stable. Did I mention that earlier? That's not for technical knockout in the boxing ring. That's for the families, Thompson, Kennedy, and Osinga, that put this 35 together. This is a brand new one, a lot of different designs, angles, a lot of different engineering tactics to this one. It's a nice one. They're still working through it, but this one in the end could be a beast.
I agree, and I'm just looking at it right now. You see the speed. It turns really, really well. Wasn't right on the buoy line, but it was close enough to where it'd be tough to get on the inside of it. So if this boat can get in lane one potentially, that could make it a really, really tough boat to beat on this course because, man, he is cooking right now.
Working into turn number one, testing only right now for Grand Prix America. Bobby Kennedy, his cousin Brandon was in the craft last weekend at the Southern Cup for the Southern Nationals. This weekend here, Grand Prix America, we run for the Hoosier Nationals.
The Hoosier Nationals. I like that. And is he going to give it one more hot lap? It looks like he's going to, as he does a nice job. This time out, maybe more in lane number 3. And a nice turn there, picking up a lot of water as he comes across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line. Does Bobby Kennedy.
And his nephews, no, his brothers. It's hard to keep up with all the generations, but oh no, we got the GP 35 going dead in the water. But his Kyle and Austin began their hydroplane career last weekend at the Belleville, Michigan race, and was quite successful. Mom, Patty Kennedy Hayes, was thrilled with that. And boy, I hate to see that. Let's hope that's not a major malfunction. It went down pretty quickly. And Jordan, if that is, that might be in that 468 engine compartment.
Yeah, it might be. And obviously, again, that boat looked so good when it tested earlier and testing now. And again, you hope maybe it's nothing major, but obviously we'll have to wait to see if we get any official word on that. But again, man, Bobby Kennedy was looking very good in that boat in the GP35 River City Printing. Of course, that's going to be the sponsor of the boat all year long. And hopefully his boat's okay. I see the cockpit up. It looks like he is out. So fans, as he's getting pulled in, maybe you should wave hi to him. But again, if we hear anything, we'll let you know. But again, hopefully everything's okay on Bobby Kennedy's front.
Also, too, when we conclude H1 Unlimited hydroplane qualifying later this afternoon, we will present the Bob Hughes Memorial Fast Qualifier Award presented by Clifty Engineering. That will be after H1 Unlimited hydroplane qualifying later this afternoon. I'd like to thank another sponsor, Thornton Terrace. And Jordan, you know, they do so much for the area. And let's give Jill and their team a plug.
Absolutely. Thornton Terrace is proud to sponsor the fire and rescue team at the Madison Regatta. Thornton Terrace is ranked #1 in assisted living in the Trilogy Health Services family and #1 in Southeast Indiana. Contact Jill Newman, Director of Admissions, today to discover the Thornton Terrace difference. And don't forget to follow them on Facebook at Thornton Terrace Health Campus.
Thank you, Jordan.
You're
and
welcome.
Thank you to Thornton Terrace. And they not only do yeoman's work for families in need, but also to support many events here in Madison, Hanover, and Jefferson County. We got some great safety and rescue sponsors, and we can't run this without them. Who's helping them?
Well, safety and rescue sponsors, we have Ruoff Mortgage, First Financial Bank, and Thornton Terrace Health Campus, who are providing meals and drinks for safety and rescue workers and pit workers as well. Red Pepper, they are providing meals for regatta workers this week as well. Madison Ford CDJR, the sponsor of the start finish line, and German American Bank, the sponsor of this beautiful judges stand. We are so grateful for them, and as Jeff said just a minute ago, without these incredible sponsors, folks, this regatta would not be able to happen. So we are grateful for all of them to make this possible.
And Jordan, also too, to our right, we'd like to thank our volunteer firefighters from Engine Company number 5 up on Madison's Hilltop. Team, thank you for being here. We can't do this without you. And I mentioned to Brad earlier, our volunteer firefighters here in Madison and Jefferson County. It is volunteer. They do a wonderful job. We don't like to call them in action, but when we do, they're there.
They're there, and you know, to me, they're doing the Lord's work. There's no other way to put it. And you know what they do every day. You know, because a lot of them, like you said, they all have jobs elsewhere or they're retired, and you know they get called in just like that, and they are ready to go. They jump on it, and you know, we were talking about the water ball fight earlier, which I was very blessed to be able to PA for the 11th straight year. And, you know, just to see all of them, that's a day where we all honor them. We have fun because, yeah, they're playing for a trophy. But one thing I love about that is when everything's over, they all hug each other. They embrace each other because although they're technically with different firehouses, they all have the same, you know, goal in mind, to protect us, to keep the public safe. And, you know, it was a really, really special moment. I always love being there for that. Of course, a man who I miss every single day whenever I come to the regatta is John Keaton, who was a great friend of mine. Jeff, he was a volunteer firefighter in this as well. We sadly lost him back in 2017, and again, I miss him dearly every single day. That man and I became really good friends when he was a safety officer out at Hanover. But, you know, we're grateful for them because, again, they're a big reason why this is possible. And so whenever you see a firefighter, thank them, folks, because I don't think they get enough recognition for what they deserve.
Thank you, Jordan. John was a big hydroplane fan. As we get the GP35 River City Printing into a safe position on the race course, I'll turn to Sean. We need to hear from more of our sponsors here along the riverfront at the Madison Regatta. Play it.
All right, fans, the GP79 over the reliable Diamond Tool crank him up. That damn bad influence, Jeff Bernard out of Kent, Washington, hitting the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse. Back out for a testing session. About another 12 minutes or so, Jeff, here of Grand Prix and Pro Light testing before the man, the myth, the legend, the best in the business, the best in the world, the best there ever will be, Brad Luce, comes back on for unlimited qualifying.
He does a fantastic job, and so great to have Brad back with us for the second consecutive year representing H1 Unlimited. Brad and I had a great time last week at Guntersville, and we had that new the street party down there at City Harbor, and boy, Jordan, that was a nice event.
Really? Okay.
Katie and David Norton and her staff do a wonderful job, and I think that's penciled in the future. The Thursday night street party, the boats were lined up and well attended, and City Harbor in Guntersville, look it up sometime. That is going to be a big economic impact for that city in northeast Alabama.
You know, I keep hearing as we see Jeff Bernard come across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line, and the reliable Diamond Tool cranks up that damn bad influence. You know, Guntersville, Alabama, we've been going down there a few years now, and I keep hearing about how great it is to watch a race down there. I've never been down there. I need to. I keep saying I'm going to, but unfortunately, as long as the boss man's here, I'm kind of stuck up here doing stuff, but that's okay, though. And let me tell you what, Jeff Bernard, looking awfully impressive.
Boat looks real good, and Jeff running the hot lap here, and that reliable Diamond Tool cranks up that damn bad influence, and water conditions are perfect. That 468 is singing in fine fashion, works back into turn number one. You see the roller activity coming into the infield, works it off the turn, slows slightly, but I think your two-time defending national high point champion in Grand Prix America is ready.
He is ready, and that is always one of the most popular boats here because, again, you have that damn tree over there, and they all are cheering, and they've become a local favorite, too, because I don't know if it's the color or what, but they love this boat here in Madison, Indiana, and I think they have a really, really good chance to bring home the Hoosier Nationals trophy coming up Sunday afternoon. Looks like he is getting ready to come back into the pit area, Jeff. I'm looking down in the David Lee Memorial pit area here. I don't see any more Pro Lights or Grand Prix in the water. We have one more?
Don't believe we do, unless
Yep. So looks like our next thing up, Jeff, is going to be unlimited qualifying, because it looks like the U40 Bucket List Racing Dustin Eccles is going to be lowered into the water, and looks like I'm handing this headset off to Mr. Brad Luce. Jeff?
I'll take a little bit of a break here myself. We're about 9 minutes until 3 here at the German American Bank Judges Stand at the new base of the Madison Riverfront Overlook here in Madison, Indiana. I'll take a break, but stick with us along the shore. Oh, we do have one more boat. You were right. Penalty on you.
There's always a penalty on me.
I got the penalty?
Hey, she called it, not me.
Oh.
Blame Tana for everything. I'll just blame Tana.
Boy, it's a good one coming out, too. The E300 River City Printing generally runs as the Budget Buster Racing Pennzoil. Brandon Kennedy in the cockpit out of Newark, Delaware. Boat owner Jordan is Ray Lynn. He's out of Cinnaminson, New Jersey. And, boy, when you talk Ray Lynn, former driver, and any craft prepared by Ray Lynn when he comes to inboard events, they're ready to race, and more times than not, Ray takes home a lot of first-place trophies. He's tough.
Yeah, exactly. And when you get a driver like Brandon Kennedy behind the wheel, who is a proven winner, he's won on this course before, he's won elsewhere also. You know, he's a guy who he always has the boats ready to go. He gets some of the best drivers in the fleet. Looks like he's still maybe trying to do some timing here before he gets a hot lap in, but it's a beautiful boat. I love the Pennzoil logo. I always have. And as he comes across the Madison Ford CDJR start-finish line and picking up some speed a little bit here, Jeff, we'll see if he does this a full hot lap here.
walking it side to side, entering turn number 1 here on the 1 1/4 mile. Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Wanted to say hello to Andy Mitchell watching us via H1 Unlimited through YouTube. Andy, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that because, Jordan, I need every kind word I can get working the public address system here at the Madison Regatta.
It can be a thankless job, to say the least at times, kind of like working in radio. And, I'm a person, I'm pretty low-key. I don't, I do kind of like to keep to myself, but I won't lie. Whenever I hear someone say they love listening, it's a great compliment. So, hey, I'm always happy to hear it. And, again, this boat, it looks almost a little smaller than the others. Let me tell you what, it's got good speed. It's doing a good job not getting too light, keeping those wings off the river. A boat to look out for come tomorrow and Sunday.
And speaking of Budget Buster Racing, Jordan, the first large inboard hydroplane race I worked out of the area was 2001 over at Kent Island, Maryland. And they had a 6-liter Big Bird Pennzoil. And I met this gentleman last night. I've not seen him since last year, but Wheeler Baker was the driver of the Big Bird Pennzoil. Wheeler out of Chester, Maryland, just across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. And Big Bird Pennzoil was Kent Island, Maryland's Miss Madison. They loved that boat. Wheeler drove the daylights out of that thing. Tom Hines had drove that boat, Mark Johnson, and John told me if you're listening, send me a text on where the whereabouts is of that Big Bird Pennzoil right now because, Jordan, people that was in the know in inboard hydroplane racing, anytime that NM30 come to the races in 6-liter, you were in for a tough task.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not going to lie. Big Bird Pennzoil may be one of the greatest names for a boat ever, just saying. And, anytime you can get a local group behind that, whenever you go out to Seattle, you see a lot of sponsors out there, a lot of people, because that's where a lot of the drivers are from. You see a big group of people out there that get behind their boats. To me, I think that's what makes this sport special is I think every site has their one kind of hometown boat. Here, obviously, you have the Miss Madison. You have the Spirit of Seattle that's gone out west. J. Michael Kelly, so popular out west, as is Corey Peabody. So, to me, I just love this sport because every race site has their favorite, and it makes it more fun because, man, you see those people, they invest their heart, their soul into it because there are people like myself, when I was growing up, man, I was into this race, and if Miss Madison didn't win, I was in a bad mood for a little bit. So, and it looks like we have a black flag on the course.
Now, run that by me again, what you just said. You were in a bad mood if what?
If Miss Madison did not win. And I used to be in a fairly bad mood when that happened. But, obviously times have changed as I have gotten older and I think wiser. I'm not sure if wiser.
John Tomey's listening. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jamie McClure has the Big Bird Pennzoil now, and it will be racing in Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada in 2 weeks. I knew if I put the question out to my friend from Cambridge, Maryland, he'd know the answer.
That is awesome to hear, the Pennzoil Big Bird. Okay.
And that thing hums. It's got a very unique sound to it.
And I thought the 300 had a really unique sound to it, too.
There's a strategery.
Okay. People way smarter than me. Let's go with that. Let's see. Looking out here, they're pulling in the last GP boat, the 35. It's being pulled into the docks right now. Looks like, Jeff, before we get ready for some unlimited hydroplane testing, or unlimited hydroplane qualifying, I should say, which is scheduled to start here in 3 minutes. We're supposed to have 2 hours of it, and it will be the U40 Dustin Eccles, the bucket list racing to kick things off, Jeff.
Well, Jordan, great working with you here with Pro Light and Grand Prix America. And right now, by our schedule, you need to stick around because I might need you if I fold up during H1 Unlimited qualifying. I hope I don't, but you might have to step in and help Brad. But as always, enjoy visiting with you, and so glad you're here this weekend. Day number 1 of the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. It's been humid here in the Ohio River Valley, but the cloud cover has helped with that humidity. Just a slight breeze. It's been coming from the south. Wind protected by the hills of Milton, Kentucky, and I credit that to Milton Mayor Denny Jackson.
Absolutely, and because I remember when I was looking at the extended forecast earlier in the week, today was originally supposed to be like 93 the high with 105 heat index, and I was like, well, we don't need a repeat of 2012 where it was like 105 every day.
That was brutal that year.
That was and I love hydroplane racing, but that was one where when it was over, I'm like, okay, like, I mean, I felt filthy for days after that.
You know, there's so many factors involved in that, and you bring up a wonderful point, and that year was brutal, and that's kind of where you maybe need to set back and, hey, the heart wants to go this way, but maybe upstairs we might want to think it a little bit different. Sometimes you might need to condense something like that because the human life is a lot more important than racing on the water.
Absolutely.
And we had a lot of people get carried out here.
I remember. I mean, it was to a point where I remember because my friend Brett, who I don't know if he may be watching right now, he's out in Minnesota working at the University of Minnesota. He was with me. Him and his girlfriend at the time were staying at the house that weekend. We went home from here, Jeff, on that Saturday. We got in my pool. The pool temperature that day for my pool was 97 degrees, and there was nothing refreshing about it. I got in, and I'm like, okay, well, it's a large hot tub. So that year was something left to be desired, and we could just end it there. But I think the weather this week has been really, really cooperative, and it's actually supposed to cool off a little bit over the next couple of days. So, hey, I'm ready for it, and a little bit of a breeze doesn't hurt, and I'm ready to see some more action on the water as we finally get the GP35 back in the docks. Looks like the slings have been put on. So, again, hopefully nothing wrong with that. Maybe we'll get more before the day's over.
Jordan, thank you for joining me. I'm going to take a slight break. You can take a break, but don't run too far in case we need you. Of course, you'll be on the pit dock as well with the H1 Unlimited Cube on the wireless microphone. So stick with us online at H1 Unlimited through YouTube and, of course, here along the shoreline on the Ohio River. Up next, H1 Unlimited qualifying.
Fans, we need you out of the water, please. I see a couple of you down in the water down there. We are getting ready for H1 Unlimited qualifying. We need you out of the water. Again, we cannot begin without that. And Brad Luce, obviously, we want them to enjoy the racing, but we don't need people in the water for this.
No, it is for their safety and the safety of those around them, and we absolutely cannot put a boat out on the race course if we have some swimmers in the water. So Parents, if you can help us out, if you got some young ones down there cooling off, if you could pull them up and out of the water, that would be terrific. So, Jordan Bear,
Yes,
we're
sir.
about ready to go qualify in H1 Unlimited style. I think our friend Mr. Ayler stepped away, but it looks like he stepped right back.
He is, so I'm going
Here
to
he
make my way
comes.
down to the pits, and you'll hear me on the microphone here soon.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. And as I say that, Jeff Ayler puts the headset on our first H1 Unlimited hydroplane. Tools away from the dock, and we will begin our qualifying session here this afternoon. Each boat will have a couple of opportunities to turn 3 laps, Jeff Ayler, on the clock. They will go down to the lower end of the race course, go up the backstretch. They'll come down the front straightaway. When they do, they will be put on the clock, and they can run up to 3 laps. They will be given a green flag, then a white flag saying one more, then a checker. That will be the end of their qualifying run. We go in inverse order of national high points to this point. Our lowest boat with 719 points was our top qualifier from a week ago in Guntersville, Dustin Eccles, Bucket List Racing.
You're reading my mind. I was going to ask you all those questions. Who would have thought the top qualifier at the Southern Cup would be 5th on the ladder here in points coming into Madison with our 5-boat field? But this boat, no doubt, is one of them to watch on paper, depending how we go here in qualifying. Brad, they go 3 times around. We do have a 2-hour window. They can go out a second time. They can go out a third time. If you get 4 in, that's unusual.
Top end of the race course. Bucket List Racing, Dustin Eccles behind the wheel. He's going to go wide. He's going to wind it up and bring it down. There is 100 points laying on the line right now for our top qualifier this afternoon. Those points count toward national high points. They also count toward getting in on the front row of the final on Sunday. And Dustin Eccles is on the clock, and he beautiful, solid boat ride as he goes down to turn 1, Jeff.
Entering turn number 1, the Tennessee Orange with the yellow, silver, and black trim. Dustin Eccles out of Monroe, Washington. U40 Bucket List Racing. Dustin doubling up this weekend. He'll be in Grand Prix America in the Trust Company presents Miss Renee. 43 years of age, born in Kirkland, Washington, resides in Monroe, as I just mentioned. That is in the Seattle area. Brad working into turn number 2. Smooth run in the east turn.
Yeah, he's already up the backstretch underneath the Milton-Madison Bridge. He will come down underneath the bridge one more time, and he will get a green flag telling him he's still got another lap to go. In fact, he's got 2 to go, and his first lap will be complete. They take the fastest lap of the 3. That will be their qualifying time. Turned that lap at 171 a week ago. Don't expect this one to be that quick on this course, but look for a quick lap from Dustin Eccles, U40 Bucket List Racing. Kelly and Sharon Stocklin out of the Pacific Northwest own this one.
That's a good one. 155.671 miles per hour. Brad, I'm thinking 155, 6, 7, 8. You get to 8, you could get 100 points.
Yes, we were talking about that, or I was talking about that with a couple of people as I was walking over here, and the question was, what should we expect speed-wise? And I said somewhere between 155 and 160. A 160 would really turn a lot of heads. But Dustin starts off the show with a 155.671. He's going to come down to complete lap number 2 with 1 more to go. Terrific boat ride. Water conditions are ideal. Dustin Eccles, U40. Bucket List Racing with 2 in the book. He gets a white flag. 1 more to go, Jeff.
Working into turn number 1, the final time around, as Brad Luce mentioned. Dustin, a diesel mechanic by trade, owns his own business, Eastside Truck Repair. Married to his wife, Rena, with their daughter, Finley, who is an outstanding outboard pilot in APBA. That one was slower, but it looked faster to me. 153. 152, 153.152 miles per hour.
Underneath the bridge goes Dustin Eccles 1 more time. This lap number 3 of 3. You see that big wall of water coming off the left side, trailing edge of that sponson on the left side. That's the skid fin. That's what holds his line through the corner. But now he squares it up, brings it down. Dustin with a hard run to the start-finish line. The checkered flag flies, picks up the right sponson, waves it at the fans. Dustin Eccles, 3 up and 3 down. A good, solid run.
Didn't mean to step on you, Brad. I kind of had to give an he was flying that right sponson, approaching the Madison Ford start-finish line as he slows in turn number 1. Eccles, a 2-time world champion in 2.5-liter modified hydroplane racing in the inboard category, 2005 in Cambridge, Maryland. And by your studies, he won that in 2006 in New Zealand down under.
It's a great conversation to have with Dustin Eccles about his trip down to New Zealand. It is very interesting to say the least. The third lap was his slowest lap. He turned that one at 1:52.907. So the speed that will be unofficially recorded for Dustin Eccles in the U40 is his first lap at 1:55.671. Those are unofficial. Now the speeds are right. The speed's not going to change, but the boat does have to go through tech inspection.
Unusual in this sport to see him decrease. It's not like you're on the asphalt at Kentucky Speedway and those tire treads go away, but we'll see if he goes back out. But they'll take that 1:55.6. They're capable of going a little bit quicker.
Absolutely they are. Jeff Ayler, you and I are going to step away from the microphone for just one moment. Let's set him down. We got a quick bit of business to take care of right here. We'll come right back.
Get Dustin Eccles as he gets off the bucket list racing here. A 1:55 is the fastest time so far. A nice run by the top qualifier from a week ago. He's coming off the Dustin, 1:55, not a bad start on this course.
We're gonna take baby steps, creep up on it, and we went faster there than we did in test the right direction.
You know, this could be an unforgiving course. You've ran here before. Any adjustments you want to make before you go out there?
Yeah, you know, last time I ran here, 440, and that thing's only 4,000 pounds. So having a big, I think, is absolutely important. And we showed this off week working on this thing. We can make this thing work. We can work hard, and we'll keep getting faster.
All right, awesome, Dustin. Best of luck to you. Okay.
Thank you,
Brad. Guys.
Thank you very much, Jordan Bear, doing a great job down there on the dock, grabbing a word with Dustin Eccles. Meanwhile, not much question in the fans' mind about what boat is out on the water right now. That would be the U1, Miss Madison, a.k.a. the Miss Home Street, Dylan Runny, behind the wheel. I expect this is a very big weekend for this young man. I already talked about it earlier during the test session, Jeff Ayler. But being a driver for Miss Madison Incorporated, when you come to this little town, I'm sure there is some pressure that he's putting on himself, and I know he's anxious to get into that parade, interact with the fans. But the other big piece to the puzzle, he's a rookie, and rookies have to do certain things on the race course before they can take the training wheels off, if you will, and really go racing. Those training wheels are cut off. He's ready to go.
He's ready to roll off turn number 2. Underneath the Milton-Madison Bridge here on the Indiana shoreline, approaching the Madison Ford start-finish line. Dylan Runny, Miss Home Street, he's on the clock. First of 3 times around, the Home Street blue and white, Miss Home Street. Dylan Runny, the 24th pilot in Miss Madison racing history. Works through turn number 1, looks good, gets through that groundswell activity in fine fashion. Brad, where are we looking at? Low 150s? I'm sure they'd like to get to 155 like Eccles did.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this first one, look for low 150s. If he wants to surprise us and come out and throw something hot down, that would be terrific. I know the fans would eat it up either the way The boat just looks so good. We know the boat is fast. We know it's solid. We know the boat ride is there. Dylan Runny is just still learning this unlimited hydroplane. And not just this unlimited hydroplane. He's learning an unlimited hydroplane. So here he comes underneath the Milton Madison Bridge, as you like to call it, Jeff Ayler. Dylan Runny driving the 1. And the reason that boat's number 1 is the defending national high points champion. Runny's got 1 in the books already. We'll have a speed shortly.
Walks it side to side past the start-finish line buoy, working back into turn number 1 here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Lap number 1 time for Dylan Runny in the Miss Homestreet, 151.303 miles per hour, 151.303. Runny, an 8-time stock outboard national champion in APBA. Brad, underneath the bridge, needs to pick it up. Miss Madison Racing needs speed.
They certainly do right now. Top end of the race course. Look at the sun off that wall of water, off that left side skid fin. Straightens it out. Going to come down at about lane number 4. Dylan Runny trying to keep the RPM up. First lap at 151 and change. He'll be looking to improve on that. Boat ride solid as a rock again, Jeff Ayler, and he's across the start-finish line into a very bright sunshine. As we get down to the lower end of the race course, he'll hang it hard to the left. He's running out about lane 3 or 4, Jeff. This one's quicker. He's going to come in at 153.149.
Running up the back straightaway, he ups it to 153.149. Dylan Runny was the 2017 Hydroplane Racing League Rookie of the Year. Then the next season was the Driver of the Year in the Hydroplane Racing League. Their Super Bowl of boat racing will be in 2 weeks at Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. They're currently running this weekend in Brockville, Ontario, Canada. Running off the turn, and Brad, can he get to 154? Is 155 in question?
Checkered flag hangs for Dylan Runny, driving a Miss Homestreet, the Miss Madison. First time on the Ohio River in qualifying. Runny with 3 up and 3 down. We will get a speed here momentarily. First lap 151, second lap 153. Awaiting on the speed here has not yet popped up.
Tana Morissette has the 1, which that's a logic number to start out with. We'll get the next 2, which are the most critical. It is 150.986 miles per hour. So Kreskin here next to the right of me, you were off just a touch on a couple of those, but I do applaud you on that second one. You were right in the mix.
Second lap was the quickest one, 153.149. Again, these speeds are not yet official. The speed is correct. It's not going to change, but it's unofficial in the sense that they still have to go through technical inspection.
Well, these points are important too, Brad.
Absolutely.
You want to get on the ladder, and plus two, that it's not really a tiebreaker scenario, but when you go into racing activity, depending on how the finish is going, you might look back and think, oh, wow, we got that penalty the first time out and didn't go quicker, and that's why we're not in the final heat. This is big.
It's very big, and it's even bigger now than we thought it was going to be, because remember, a week ago we left Guntersville with unfinished business. We didn't get to run a final heat down there, so there was 400 points on the table that we didn't get to race for. And with 4 events this year, points are critical. Every time you can get one, you need to go out and push for them. Dylan Runny, I would expect, will be back out on the water.
And when we go racing tomorrow and on Sunday, my good friend just to the right of me over here, Tim Torrance at 96.7 FM WRX, he's told me for years, Jeff, that first heat of the weekend is the most critical. That is your building block. That's where you start to gain your points to transfer to that final heat. And he was right last week at Guntersville. First heat of the year. Dustin Eccles had the jump. Jordan Bear, take it.
Jordan, if you can hear us down there, if you can move up the dock a little bit our way. I think he will. I think the first thing he's got to do is find Dylan, who has not yet stepped out of the boat. He is down to the right of him. We'll see if Jordan Bear can get a word with Dylan Runny. until he breaks in, Jeff Ayler. I know you have met the young man. You've spoken with him on many occasions, as have I had that good fortune. And for those of you here in Madison, Indiana that are residents of this area and root so hard for the powder blue and white and Dylan Runny, if you haven't yet met this man, make sure you come to the autograph session and spend a couple of minutes with him. You will enjoy this young man, Dylan Runny. He's walking up the dock now. Jordan, go.
And,
turn, but yeah, I think we got a little more in it. We try to get another session in. 4 miles an hour faster than our first, so getting better every time I get in the boat.
What's the adjustment you have to make? Because you've been driving boats for years, and we know how fast that boat is. Kind of what are you trying to do to kind of make sure you get that speed?
Yeah, I think it's just getting through the corners as fast as possible. Carrying as much momentum there. We got a little out of shape on the stretch there with cross breeze under the bridge, and had to pull my foot a little bit, which isn't ideal to carry that momentum into that top turn there. So I think we go back, we reassess, look at the data, and get some good runs later on today. Beat this town, the fans, everything about it. Looking forward to meeting everyone later at the parade and having a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. We sent you a note on your phone. If you check that note on your phone, we'll see if we can get him to come a little bit further up the dock. But great job with Dylan Runny. We got a little bit of it. Meanwhile, coming away from the dock, the other boat from the Strong Racing stable, this one, the U8, the Beacon Electric. Boat is piloted by no stranger to H1 Unlimited Racing, J. Michael Kelly, out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. Young man tools up on a plane. He will go down to the lower end of the race course, get his bearings, run up the backstretch, and then make a hard charge to our start-finish line. So far, the fastest lap in qualifying, the U40. Dustin Eccles with the Bucket List Racing. He posted a 1:55.671. I want to make sure that asterisk means what I think it means, and I was just waved off. It doesn't. So we will await technical inspection, and the U40 has just cleared tech inspection. So the 1:55.671 is a good number, Jeff. They've cleared tech.
Thank you, Brad Luce. The dominant red U8 Beacon Electric on the course, as Brad mentioned, driven by J. Michael Kelly. J. Mike, a one-time APBA Gold Cup winner back in 2016 up in Detroit. Mentioned earlier, too, today, 14 career wins in the sport, one behind the legendary Chuck Thompson. And, Brad, unfortunately, we lost Chuck Thompson 1966 in Detroit, but, boy, he drove many famous hydros through the year, Chuck Thompson. But look at this boat right here right now. This is flat out airing it out. Across the Madison Ford start-finish line, J. Michael Kelly and U8 Beacon Electric working into turn number one. Works through there nicely off the turn. The way it looks right now by the boat ride, 155 could be in jeopardy. Will we creep up closer to 160? That boat looks good.
That boat looks real good as he approaches the halfway mark up the backstretch here, going along the Kentucky shoreline. He will go up under the bridge, come around the top end of the race course, and put the first of 3 laps in the book. J. Michael Kelly, one of the most competitive people you will ever want to meet, and a great individual, slides out again. The drivers are going out to about lane 3 or 4. They're going out wide now. Look up underneath that boat as he comes down the front straightaway. As Jeff said, that is flat airing it out. That boat is flat moving. J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Electric, and the U8.
Boy, beautiful boat ride on this Friday afternoon at the Madison Regatta H1 Unlimited Hydroplane qualifying. J. Michael made the Hall of Champions once again last year, but for the first time, his son Carson was inducted in the same year, the first time a father-son went into the APBA Hall of Champions the same year. Not as good as I thought. Fans only 151.222, 151.222, and I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too. I thought the way he went through the lower corner, I thought it looked a little bit quicker. That's why you and I announce and they drive. tightens up the radius up there at the top end. This one might be a little bit quicker. I'm thinking a couple ticks higher anyway. We will see. J. Michael Kelly's going to get the white flag this time. That will signify that one. Look at him pick up the Swanson and just hang it there.
Wow, that thing is riding right on the propeller. Barely the sponsons are touching the water. Works into turn number 1. He was closer to the pins that time off the exit pin of turn number 2 down the Indiana shoreline. Works off turn number 1. We'll get a time here for you. It is faster, 152.666. 152.666. Thought this one would be a little faster first time out.
152.666 on lap number 2. Can he up it just a little bit? Watch his line coming off the top end of the race course. Does he tighten it up a little bit? Pretty much the same as it was last time. He was wider in lap 1 than I think he was on lap 2 and 3. He will come down. The checkered flag goes out for J. Michael Kelly. Look at that right and left sponson. Both of them just hanging out of the water. My goodness.
Well, no doubt the showstopper so far is J. Michael Kelly airing out the U8 Beacon Electric. Great entertainment for the fans here along the Indiana shoreline. I'm sure our friends over in Trimble County, Kentucky, getting the same boat ride on the back straightaway. Lap number 3 is 153.149 miles per hour. 153.149. Brad, and H1 Unlimited Hydroplane racing right now in qualifying. We got 2 boats tied on the ladder.
We do, to 3 decimal points. How about that? The U1, the missed home street fast lap, 153.149. An identical lap for J. Michael Kelly in the U8, the Beacon Electric. And the bright red hydroplane from the Pacific Northwest will find its way back to the dock here. Next up on our qualifying ladder will be the U11 Legend Yacht Transport. Jamie Nielsen handles the driving chores on that boat for Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Central Washington. Want to remind our fans, Jeff Ayler, that the fast lap so far was a 155.671. Dustin Eccles and the Bucket List Racing, and they have cleared tech inspection, so that's a good number so far. That's the number in the clubhouse, if you will, although they will have an opportunity to come out and run again. 155.671.
Got a funny feeling, though. There's one in the drink. I can just barely see it. That's got the Strong Racing logo on the inside of the left vertical. We will see Legend Yacht Transport next, but I think Beacon Plumbing with Corey Peabody is going to have something to say about 155.671. Now, Brad, last week, the Legend Yacht Transport was one that surprised us with their speeds. Will that hold up here this weekend? Of course, different track, long chutes, tight turns down in Alabama last week. It was Talladega on the water, but at 2.5 miles. With the huge turns, and Jamie Nielsen, though, quite capable of getting in this 153, 149 mix. Let's just make it a trifecta for second.
If that happens, we may have to run out and buy a lottery ticket. Jamie Nielsen still sitting in the boat. There goes the lid now. So next up on the water, the U11, the Legend Yacht Transport.
Brad, Jeff, have this young man who, of course, was just out on the race course, the U8 Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, who has won before. Mike, how'd it feel out there?
I mean, the boat ride's getting better and better every time we get out on the water. These guys are doing amazing work with the Beacon Electric U8. Can't thank them enough. Just every time we come back, look at the data, and just see what we can do. And we've come a long ways, and that's exciting to me. And we're going to have a good boat. You know, these guys aren't going to stop. Teammates got a really fast boat, so we're trying to keep pace with them. And, you know, it's just, but at the end of the day, just glad to be back here in Madison. Love coming here, love bringing the family, love seeing all the familiar faces. Got a lot of friends I've made over the years here, and so it's just a special place to be able to come back to and race.
Am I one of those friends?
Of course, we're all friends. I mean, I love this place. I mean, you know, if you know me, I get along with everybody. I love everybody, and just thankful to be here. And you know, this is what boat racing is about. Just big family.
Absolutely. And Mike, I know we'll probably see you back out there. The water's in great shape this year, which is second straight year on the Ohio River. You might want to go buy a lottery ticket now. But let me tell you what, I wish you the best of luck, and I know we'll talk to you before the week gets out, okay?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Fantastic water. So looking forward to getting back out there.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Brad, Jeff, back to you guys.
Jordan Bear, great job down there. Thank you very much, and thanks to J. Michael Kelly for taking the walk up the dock and having a conversation with Jordan. Jordan's out there in the hot sun doing the job, man. Nicely done with the discussions on the dock with our H1 Unlimited drivers following their qualification attempt. But now the story shifts to the top end of the race course. Jamie Nielsen driving the U11 Legend Yacht Transport for Scott and Shannon Rating out of Central Washington. Jamie out of Gig Harbor, Washington, which is across the Puget Sound and down south from the city of Seattle. Beautiful little burg on the peninsula up above Tacoma. And here comes Jamie Nielsen underneath the bridge. He will be put on the clock, and his three-lap qualification effort will be underway. Jamie Nielsen, Legend Yacht Transport, the U11's on the clock, Jeff Ayler.
Thank you, Brad Luce. Jamie working in turn number 1, and by your research, I did not realize, but the years keep clicking on. 13 years ago, made his debut in the sport in 2010, driving for Billy and Jane Shoemaker in the Peters in May. Legend Yacht Transport, the primary sponsor, Dave Holly, based out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Jamie Nielsen, the one-time Major League Baseball draftee of the Kansas City Royals. And Brad, you know where Central Washington University is in Ellensburg. He's in the Hall of Fame there for baseball.
He is, and he had the possibility of a Major League Baseball career, did spend that 1 year that you talked about in the Kansas City Royals organization, but his heart was always with boat racing. And that's what Jamie wanted to do. He'd been racing with his family, specifically his father, for years and years and years. And it has translated into this, one of the fastest rides in a race boat in the world. Jamie Nielsen's got one in the book here in the U11 Legend Yacht Transport. And you see him carve through that lower corner. Now it's coming off this turn where that sandbar is and where the water can get rough and it can bite the drivers, but he's through it clean, Jeff. Now it's all about flat acceleration and running it hard down the backstretch.
Lap number 1, 146.909 miles per hour. 146.909. And Brad, the Nielsen family, so synonymous with outboard racing. Met Jamie's dad this morning. Jim, did not see Jim in Guntersville, but there's a gentleman, but their family, so big in APBA outboard.
It's just a big name in boat racing, and again, as part of these drivers out of the Northwest who grew up together, talking to Corey Peabody last year and J. Michael Kelly, they don't go very far in the conversation without mentioning this guy, and they use some pretty high praise when they mention what that man can do with a race boat. 2 in the books, 1 more to go. Now watch him go down there. He'll just crank the boat hard to the left. You'll see that big wall of water come up there off that left side skid fin. That's what holds his line through the turn. He comes off the corner there, and now it is just accelerate, accelerate, accelerate.
Lap 2 quicker, 148.652 miles per hour. 148.652 on lap number 2 of 3 for Jamie Nielsen. Brad, Jamie had a consistent season last year. 3 third-place finishes at the Gold Cup, Madison, and Tri-Cities.
Yeah, he was making a permanent stop on the third level of the podium in our first 3 races last year before things changed for him. But here he comes down to put his 3rd lap in the book. They would love to sniff that 150-mile-an-hour mark. Can he get there? 148.6 on lap 2. Nielsen across the line, and he shows us the bottom of the boat and hangs it up in the air. With the air going underneath it, we'll see what the speed is, but a very successful run for Jamie Nielsen. Oh, he's going to get so close. 149.422. I think that I didn't realize I would be so pathetic there with sniffing it. He got really close. But
a clean X away.
They are a clean X away, but they're going to get another chance to go stand in the batter's box if they want it and see if they can't come out and get to that 150 mark. So 146.9, 148.6, and the fast one, 149.422. Good news for Miss Madison Racing, Jeff Ayler. The U1, the Miss Homestreet, has cleared tech inspection. So their qualifying speed of 153.149 stands. It stands right now as the second fastest qualifying time, second only to Dustin Eccles, the U40 and the 155. But what's going to be interesting is the U8, the Beacon Electric qualifying speed. If that clears, we will have a tie for our second fastest speed at 153.149. But we'll cross those bridges when we get there. Our Jordan Bear hanging on the dock down there, waiting for Mr. Nielsen to come back in. Meanwhile, behind Jordan and further down the dock to the right, we see the colorful umbrella, which is shading one Corey Peabody, driver of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing.
Brad, on paper coming in here, no doubt the U9 Beacon Plumbing, the favorite to win the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. And the reason I bring that up before he comes
After
out.
149, 14 fast speed. Got about another hour and a half left here. So as his crew gets in the dock here, ask him how the Ohio River feels, which should be pretty good. The water looks awfully impressive today. Jamie, come down and talk to me, my friend. All right, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. So, not lap there by Jamie Nielsen. 4.9 back on the race course here today, as he's talking with the in and right, so he can get water. It's got to be hot in that boat, I can only imagine.
So as Jordan waits to get Jamie Nielsen,
Beacon Plumbing gets right at Ohio River.
Felt great. So really happy to get the U11 back out on the Ohio River. So been a long winter. A lot of preparation went into this. So we're happy where we're starting. Just glad to be back in Madison and happy to put on a show.
This water at times can be unforgivable, but last year and this year, at least the water on the Ohio River appears to be perfect.
Oh, the water's great. So no complaints from me at all. So I've seen it at its worst. So I know to appreciate this when we get it. So hopefully the weather gods keep smiling on us all weekend, and we can have a great weekend of racing.
You slowly got better as the laps went on. 1.494 last one. Are you going to probably go back out there? What are you going to try to improve on?
Yeah, I got to get in the truck with Scott. We're going to look at the data and see if we got another combination he wants to try. And, I felt like I ran some pretty good lines, but pretty lucky this weekend. John Theoret's here, so I might go pick his brain, see if he's got any advice for me for different racing lines to try.
Hey, that's a good mind to pick.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jordan Bear, with Jamie Nielsen, driver of the Legend Yacht Transport. And we apologize for our wireless microphone breaking up. We'll get with our sound system provider, and hopefully the next time we've got Jordan, we will get a little bit better communication down at the pit dock. So Bucket List Racing cleared tech, 155.671. Miss Homestreet cleared tech, 153.149. U8 Beacon Electric cleared tech, 153.149. Legend Yacht Transport right now at 149.422. Attention along the shoreline. We have found a debit card. Luke Benkert. If you're missing your debit card, come to the judges stand, show us an identification. You would like to have your debit card back. It appears to be from First National Bank. We hear the whine of the turbine in the background. Light up the Lycomings. It's Corey Peabody and the U9. Miss Beacon Plumbing. Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington. Now the team general manager for Strong Racing, based out of the Pacific Northwest, Dynamite crew member Jeff Campbell, just to my right here. He'll be on the radios with Corey as he works into turn number 1 here on the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse, as we see some fireworks lit off over in Milton as they salute Corey, as we see the smoke residue from the sky, as the Beacon Plumbing is on the Trimble County, Kentucky shoreline of the Ohio River, the back chute here in Madison. Underneath the second version of the Milton-Madison Bridge, now in front of the Milton boat ramp, working into turn number 2. Of course, this was the craft that caused the stoppage at last year's Indiana Governor's Cup with that frightening blowover accident in turn number 1, the final lap. The team done their homework in the off-season and winter. This is a picture-perfect hydroplane. Your favorite on paper coming into Madison, Corey Peabody in Beacon Plumbing on the clock, just crossed the Madison Ford start-finish line. Peabody in turn number 1 picked up his first H1 Unlimited Hydroplane win in 2021 at the Hapo Columbia Cup. Corey is your defending APBA Gold Cup champion. Picked up that victory last year at Lake Guntersville in Alabama. And, of course, last weekend won on points after 3 sets of heats at the Southern Cup after the final heat was canceled due to inclement weather approaching the Guntersville area. Peabody up in turn number 2, the first of 3 times around in the U9, Miss Beacon Plumbing. Underneath the bridge, keeping it snug to the buoy row, even though these are tight turns here in Madison, the tightest on the H1 Unlimited circuit. Peabody, lap number 1 complete with 2 to go on the clock in the Beacon Plumbing. Beautiful shot from our drone with H1 Unlimited through YouTube, carves through turn number 1, exits the turn. We'll get a time on lap number 1. Surprisingly, 151.701 miles per hour. Brad Luce, you rejoin me in just a moment. You need to catch your breath. But right now, Dustin Eccles, 155, could maybe be right there, but we still got a lot of time left in this qualifying session. We have the water until 5 o'clock, and Peabody cut it close, and now he carves it closer to the buoys off turn number 2.
All right, I'm going out on a limb. I'm thinking that 155 is going to get sniffed before this one is done. Corey Peabody driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. So far, nobody has been able to solve the Beacon Plumbing puzzle this year. And Corey Peabody, they've entered 3 heats of competition. They have won all 3. They are leading in our early national high points race. They are on lap number 2 of 3 here in qualifying. This next one's a little bit quicker, Jeff. 152.866. 152.866.
Right now, Brad Luce, this tells me that 171.294 lap set by Dustin Eccles last week in Guntersville was nothing to be sneezed at. He's right now at 155.671. I think Strong Racing here would like to get up to 154. We'll see how it fares out here on the 3rd time around.
He was pretty close to 153 last time. 152.8. Checkered flag flies. It is Corey Peabody driving the U9. The Beacon Plumbing for Darrell and Vanessa Strong, and he is across the line. He walks the sponsons as he pulls his foot out of it and heads down to the lower end of the race course. 3 up, 3 down. They're quicker this time around. 154.9, 154.961. Again, you want to talk about sniffing a number? 154.961. Not quite to the 155, but they're there.
I think that's a quick Excedrin relief tablet down there. I think they might have been a little bit worried if they didn't get to the 4 or the 5 number, but they're right there right now. So we got 2 boats right now within 1 mile per hour. Well, actually, we've got 4 boats within 2 miles per hour of each other. And we're still early into this qualifying window of 2 hours here at the 2023 Madison Regatta. And those points are critical. 100, if you're the top qualifier, you get 100 going into tomorrow, and that's what you're looking at.
Absolutely. It's 100 points for the top qualifier. Our second fastest qualifier gets 80, then it goes to 70, 60, 50, and on down from there. But again, with a shortened season, the fact that we didn't get to complete the race in Guntersville, those points are critical. So taking a look at my watch, Jeff, which looks a lot like a phone, I have 3:43 on the clock. We have the water until 5. Everybody should get 2 opportunities to run, but right now, none of the boats are on the sling. Nobody is ready to head back out, at least not right now. And this time they can come out in a random order. Now it is when you are ready, you may go. So we will see if anybody wants to come out and run again and challenge Dustin Eccles and Bucket List Racing with that 155.
Getting some information from our H1 team. And Brad, what you got? I think there's some new shiny metal going on that one. There's Corey Peabody, you see on our monitor with H1 Unlimited through YouTube. Jordan Bear will have a word with him. And Jordan, let's go down to the pit dock. Jordan Bear's with Corey Peabody. But first, Jeff Campbell interjects. Now Jordan will get him.
Brad, Jeff, I have Mr. Corey Peabody, who, of course, just went through her first round of qualifying, won at 54.9. Corey, just a little bit off of 155, but you can go back out there. But how'd the first run feel?
I felt all right. You know, it's our first run out there, first attempt, but I think we got some more speed in there. Just got to get used to these buoys where they're at and what's a smooth line. So, I mean, everybody has to go through it. I'm happy with the 154, but I think we got more in it.
You know, last week your boat ran so well, and there's so many boats out there. I was just talking to Daryl Strong out on the docks. There are 4 or 5 boats that really are all within about 3 to 4 miles an hour of each other. I tell you what, there's not going to be any gimme in any of the racing this weekend.
No gimmies. There's never really gimmies, but it's going to be really tight. Everybody's within a couple of miles an hour of each other. It's just really putting yourself in the right place at the right time and staying clean. So happy to be here, happy to be back here, and can't wait to get racing.
And keep the boat on the right side this year, I hope.
Yeah, that's for sure. But, you know, we're going to go out here. We're going to do our best, get that Beacon Plumbing boat up there, and give you guys a show.
Awesome. Corey Peabody, we'll be talking to you again soon, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey Peabody. Again, 154.9. Brad, Jeff, we got a lot more to do because we still got till 5 o'clock. The qualifying is up. Right now, the U40, Bucket List Racing, Dustin Eccles, the top qualifier. So, Brad, Jeff, send it back to you.
By U.S. Premier Tube Mills. Sean, with that, we'll have a slight delay, but don't go away along the shoreline and watching with H1 Unlimited via YouTube. We need to thank some of our sponsors at this year's 73rd Madison Regatta.
All right, fans along the shoreline, as again, we are still in the 2-hour window for unlimited qualifying. Again, we're here until about 5 o'clock. We want to go through some of our sponsors here. Of course, this is the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier 2. And also, we want to thank the active U.S. Coast Guard out of Louisville, Kentucky, Brian Crane, Dale Hendren, who are here this weekend, who ensure we are taken care of. So thank you so much to them. Thornton Terrace Health Campus is proud to sponsor the fire and rescue team at the Madison Regatta. Thornton Terrace is ranked #1 in assisted living in the Trilogy Health Services family and #1 in Southeast Indiana. Contact Jill Newman, Director of Admissions, today to discover the Thornton Terrace difference. And don't forget to follow them on Facebook at Thornton Terrace Health Campus. We also want to thank our safety and rescue sponsors, Ruoff Mortgage, First Financial Bank, and Thornton Terrace Health Campus, providing meals and drinks. For our safety and rescue and pit workers are the Red Pepper. They are providing meals for regatta workers. We are grateful for them. Of course, without them, this would not be possible. So thank you so much to all of them for all of their great sponsorship. Of course, the start-finish line sponsored by Madison Ford CDJR. The judges stand, this brand new judges stand that we have here, of course, sponsored by German American Bank. And of course, it is the David Lee Memorial Pits. Again, we are in unlimited qualifying right now. Dustin Eccles, as I said a minute ago, in the U40 bucket list racing, still the top qualifier, 155.671. Corey Peabody right behind, 154.961. And then Dylan Runny and J. Michael Kelly both run a 153.149. Jamie Nielsen, a 149.422. That's about as close as you can get for any type of racing there. That should make for an awfully fun weekend as we will award the Indiana Governor's Cup come Sunday afternoon. Again, hopefully you all are enjoying it. There's a nice little breeze going on. Of course, the Hometown USA Parade that is coming up today at 6 o'clock up on Main Street. I'm sure many of you probably already have your cars parked and maybe your chairs set up there to watch that. Of course, it'll be stacked as always. And of course, the Rooster Tail Music Festival set to go tonight at 7 p.m. Going to step away off the microphone here, and I'm going to hand it to Jeff Ayler.
Thank you, Jordan Bear. For our Miss Madison fans, I'd like to thank my connections with that team. The local favorite, Miss Homestreet, will go back out again in H1 Unlimited Hydroplane qualifying. We have the water until 5 o'clock here this afternoon. Don't forget tonight, Jordan mentioned, 6 p.m., Madison Regatta Parade on Main Street. Then at 7 o'clock, it's the first evening of 2 of the Rooster Tail Music Festival. Jordan, thank you for your work. We'll take a slight break here on the microphone, but stick with us. More activity coming up here at Madison on day number 1 of 3 of Action on the Water.
Welcome back to Madison, Indiana, where the final heat is stopped down at least momentarily due to the aerobatics of one Mike Weber and the U10M Corps. First of all, I hope you're feeling as good as you look.
Oh, actually, my back was hurting worse before. I think I might have straightened it out. No,
what happened, Mike?
Driver error. That's all it was. I was just a hair late on the start, and everybody pulled me a little bit, and I had the wing all the way in lift, just trying to catch up so I could get through the first turn with them. Caught a little bit of air and started to climb, and I tried to hit the down pedal, and it was just too late.
Rumor has it you still want to get back in the final. Is there a chance you can do that?
I don't think the rules allow it, but if they tell me we can go, we'll be there.
Well, now you know you can fly them and land them, huh?
I don't want to try that again.
Glad you're okay, though, buddy.
Thank you.
Just over a minute to go before we get this final heat underway, and the Miss Trendwest trying to queue up for the first lane has come to a stop on the back straightaway. He may have to get back up on plane. The rest of them come on by. We're under a minute to go, and they're not to the score-up buoy yet, so everybody is legal at the moment. Terry Troxel turning through the infield. Got the water
He's out of it, Chris. Yep. You have to be on a plane and running at the 1 minute gun. Terry Troxell was not. He dropped down below ground idle, hoping he would not pass the score-up buoy before the 1 minute mark, and it cost him. I'm pretty sure that he will not be allowed to compete here. You have to be up and running on a plane at the 1 minute gun. He was not.
So he moves up the straightaway under power. The rest of them are in the turn 2 area and beginning to look back toward the start-finish line. There are still about 20 seconds to go or so until they are officially underway. The Budweiser down to the inside. Lumar is in the next lane out. Then we have Mike Hansen in the third lane, and Troxell is fun. He's going the opposite direction. Meantime, the front 3 boats are well before the line. They got plenty of time, and they're legal, and Lumar is first one there, and the U9 on the outside. Budweiser tucked in behind the Rooster Tails on the inside.
So 3 boats in the field into the first turn. Our O'Doul's eye in the sky shows you the field getting through the turn. It's the Budweiser on the inside in control. Dave Villwalk in lane 1. Mark Evans making a good run on him on the outside in the Lumar. The yellow boat is still there. Right on the hip of the Budweiser as they go up the back straightaway.
Trent West finally got it pointed in the right direction, and he's now on the clock into his first lap, but a full half lap behind, about 1.25 miles behind the Budweiser and the rest of them. The U9 on the outside storming up the straightaway. He runs third. On the outside is the Lumar, and the Budweiser now in the middle of the corner, carving a beautiful arc through the pins on that end of the course and headed back to home. He is straightening up and accelerating now with the Budweiser with the extra long cowling that they use. It's called the seawater cowling, but they've used it. It's on the T6, and he is just flying down the straightaway, drawing away a little bit from the Lumar. We'll get a speed on this first lap right about now. There he goes, 143.8. He opens with, and it marks in the U8 136.085.
For all the drama we've had this weekend here on the Ohio River at Madison, the drama probably went out of our final heat once Dave Villwalk established lane 1 and made a good start. The chances of anybody catching him, Chris, at this point are slim. It's likely that the boats will keep running now for another 3.5 laps, and unless the Budweiser team experiences their second mechanical failure in the last 8 years, they're going to win the Madison Regatta here.
Showing us the bottom of his boat on the back straightaway, the Bellows Pizza, the U9 of Mike Hansen, getting a little bit of a rough ride down there, but he is straightening it out and headed toward the bridge. Meantime, at the far eastern end, and you see it, a little sponson action there as he picks up a hole. The Budweiser settles down, and off the corner he comes. In just a few moments, as he sails beautifully across the water, we'll get his speed for this lap.
Coming down to complete lap 2, Dave Villwalk and Miss Budweiser walking a little sponson to sponson, approaching about 200 miles per hour on this very long straightaway as he heads down into turn 1 one more time. Mark Evans and Mike Hansen back here in a little bit of a boat race for second and third. You're looking at Mark Evans running in second comfortably, flying the right sponson a little bit as he sets it up for turn 1, and he's pursued into that turn by Mike Hansen in the U9 Bellows Pizza.
Lumar 126, Hansen 127, so Hansen gaining a little ground, and in the mid 130 mile an hour range that trip through was the Miss Budweiser. Meantime, on the front straightaway, we have a boat race for 4th place as the Trend West has gotten past the U25 into the 4th position in this event, and he's at the line having completed a couple of laps, and he sails across the line, got those sponsons way up in the air. That lap for Terry Troxell at 121.382, so he got it squared away, but now he's just running out the laps. He's way too far to challenge for any significant position or the podium at this point.
And he may have been disqualified before the start. Right. He dropped off the plane and did not get it up and going at the 1 minute mark. That might have been his boat race right there. We have seen a lot of flying boats this weekend, Chris, and as Terry Troxell came by, he was flying that boat again. Now you're looking at the boat on the backstretch. That is Mike Hansen, currently our 3rd place runner on the water, coming down the front straightaway to finish lap 3. Mike Hansen, his local sponsor, up here with us, been bringing us pizza all weekend, which we appreciate. He'll take it down into turn 1 as the Budweiser is on the back straightaway, running easily out front, about 4 rooster tails ahead of Mark Evans in 2nd place in the Lumar.
Budweiser last trip around nice and steady at 136 miles an hour. 3.5 laps are now behind him of the scheduled 5 in this final heat here at Madison. Last week, they were embarrassed. They lost the propeller before they could start the final. This week, they have had this course wired, and they have gone as fast as they needed to go at almost every turn, and this is no exception now as he straightens it up down the front straightaway. And not too far from now, he may lap the U-25. Here comes Dave Villwock. One more time to complete lap number 4. We'll give you the speed report as he cracks across the light, the 131.503. So he dials it back a little bit, but he's comfortably in front and cruising now.
The white flag for Dave Villwock and the Budweiser. He'll be way down at the apex of turn 1 when the second place boat comes by. That's Mark Evans in Bill Werster's brand new Lumar. A second place finish they're going to be happy with, but they actually felt they probably didn't have the propeller to run with the hot dogs here this weekend. And the word was, when we get out west, Chris, and get our prop that we think will work out there, this boat could very well be a contender. Second place won't be bad, but the boat you're looking at right there, the red one, is going to win it unless something goes wrong. Then you had a glimpse of Mark Evans in the Lumar. He's well back. Now we're going to get some lapping going on because the doctor, Ken Muscatel, we believe, is probably the fourth place boat on the water. If indeed Terry Troxel was set down before the start, he's about to be lapped by the leader as they come under the Milton-Madison Bridge here over the Ohio River.
Swinging wide off that final turn is the Budweiser. He's got clear water all the way down the straightaway with Ken Muscatel to his left and the inside. The Budweiser may not catch him before the stripe. Muscatel takes the white flag. There goes the checkered flag for the Miss Budweiser, the winner of the 2003 Indiana Governor's Cup. We look back upriver. The Lumar is on the straight, couple hundred yards to go for him, and he'll have second place put away. Sponson to Sponson he is as Mark Evans moves it through and picks up second spot. And here comes Hansen in the Bellows Pizza Boat. Third place belongs to him. A nice solid ride all day. Closes with a 120-mile-an-hour lap.
So, after a very dramatic weekend, Chris, our final heat, a little bit of a parade here at the Budweiser Madison Regatta.
Trent West storming down the front straightaway. Let's see what they do with the flags on the U2 boat. They leave the checkered up for him, so he goes under it and completes the 5th lap of the event. And coming off the final corner, the U25, Dr. Ken Muscatel, will see him come down the straightaway and report home, and we expect the checkered flag to fly for him, and we'll get the final results officially in just a couple of moments. Meantime, the Budweiser is off turn 2, headed toward the pit in a very happy crew. Joe Little and all of his compadres down there set to welcome Dave Villwock back to the dock, victorious for the first time in this new campaign after a disaster of sorts at Evansville. They right the ship, bring it to Madison, and they were very, very strong, very, very focused, extremely dedicated throughout this weekend. And the beautiful red U1 Miss Budweiser with Dave Villwock at the wheel is the winner. We'll be back. We'll go down to the dock to talk to all of them in just a moment. We'll be right back.
So back here on the official tower, We are still in our H1 Unlimited qualifying session as we await the arrival of our next boat, which we expect to be the U1, the Miss Home Street. I'm sitting here with Jordan Bear, and Jordan, we had 5 boats go out. All 5 of them have cleared tech inspection. That's always a good thing.
That is always a good thing, and because sometimes we've seen so many cases of that dreaded tech inspection causing issues, and I'm glad to see it. And it looks like your friend is back here, and because the Miss Home Street's going to go out, it has a couple miles an hour it wants to catch, because still the U40 is the boat to beat.
I thought you were my friend.
I mean, I am your friend, but you've known Jeff longer, I think. So, so Jeff, I'm going to hand this to you, my friend.
While they do the requisite passing of the headset here. Well, and I thought I had all the qualifying speeds up on the screen in front of me. I know I did, but we had 5 boats go out. All 5 boats cleared tech. Our top speed, the U40 Bucket List Racing 155.671. It cleared, Jeff Ayler, so right now Dustin Eccles sitting atop the ladder. But our second fastest qualifier, we actually have a tie for second between the U1, the Miss Home Street, and the U8, the Beacon Electric. Dylan Runney and J. Michael Kelly. Will we see Dylan Runney break the tie with a couple of hot laps this time?
We'll see. I know Miss Madison Racing, this craft was lacking a little bit of speed, I thought personally, at the Southern Cup last weekend. Water conditions are no doubt ideal. Second time out for Dylan Runney out of Rumson, New Jersey in the U1 Miss Home Street. And Brad, right now, visually, I think he's a little bit more aggressive here on this warm-up lap than he was earlier in the qualifying session. Dylan Runney, U1 Miss Home Street, crosses the Madison Ford start-finish line. He is on the clock and running close to the buoy row, entering turn number 1. The rookie chauffeur, the 24th in Miss Madison Racing history, works well through turn number 1 off the corner. So far, so good, but is it fast on the clock?
Well, so far it's fast, and you're right. Is it fast on the clock? We proved during the first round of our unlimited qualifying session that you and I were not too good at guessing exactly what the speeds were. From my eyes, Jeff, I thought this one was a little bit quicker, but we're going to find out here real quick. He is already at the entrance pin to the top end of the race course. He'll slide out to about lane number 4 again. I think he's a little tighter than he was last time. He'll come down and put the first one in the book. And when I say last time, I mean on the last session. His top speed the first time, 153.149. Can he top it? Dylan Runney. He's across the line. First one on this second pass is in the books. Runney to the bottom end of the race course. It's a long straightaway down there, Jeff. But he got it all the way down. He's already hanged it on the hook there, and he's coming off the exit pin looking smart again.
We'll get a lap 1 time for Dylan Runney, Miss Home Street, 152.222 miles per hour, 152.222. The third generation driver in the Runney family wants to pick it up even quicker.
Top end of the race course here, looking to top a 153.149. He's looking to improve upon that. Did not do it on the first lap. He's looking to improve on that speed, and if he really wants to improve on it, he could pass the U40 in the Bucket List Racing with the top speed so far at 155.671. Here comes Runney. Very, very solid boat ride, but that boat has always run so solid, Jeff. Right out of the box, that thing was a beauty.
This one's been one of the best in the business in H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing throughout the years of history. Works through turn number 1. We'll get a time on lap number 2. It's quicker, 154.336 miles per hour, 154.336. Miss Madison Racing is in the mix.
Yeah, he's about a mile and a half short of our top qualifier, 155.6. Make that about 1.3 miles an hour. Runney top into the race course. Tighten it up a little bit. Now he's going to run the same line through. Can he find an extra mile an hour? Maybe 1.5. Dylan Runney, the Miss Madison, the Miss Home Street. U1, the defending national high points champion, the rookie on the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane circuit. Runney is across the line now. With the completion of lap number 3, we will monitor the H1 radio looking for something north of 155. Is he going to get there? Jeff, he's not. A little bit slower, 153.436, but definitely a move in the right direction. They improved their speed from 153.149 to 154.336. Again, that's an unofficial speed because it has to go through tech inspection, but whatever changes they made to the boat seem to be in the right direction. Or honestly, this could just be a matter of Dylan Runny with additional seat time in this boat. He's only been in this boat a few days when you add up the test session in Guntersville, so he's going to get to know the boat better. They're going to become one, as Bill Muncie used to say. He's creeping up the ladder.
I think they'll be happy now with that 154. They're right there where they need to be. That is, if everything sets the way it is right now. We still got lots more to do here. We got the water until 5 o'clock with H1 unlimited hydroplane qualifying. We're about 48 minutes left in the session here. So Dylan Runny ups his speed as long as Brad mentioned it passes H1 technical inspection. Dylan's spotter, Donnie Allen, making his way back to the team to speak with Dylan. The home street crew will meet Mr. Runny. Jordan Bear is back down the dock, and Brad, this occasional breeze coming from the south has been welcomed up here at the Madison Riverfront Overlook. The German-American Bank Judges Stand gives you a little freshening.
Yeah, it sure is. Looks like we've got a gearbox change going on in front of us here in the Bucket List Racing. Might we see them back out on the race course with a different gear combination? We will keep an eye on the U40, the Bucket List. Still our top qualifier with a tech inspection cleared lap of 155.671. I think I've got this right, Jeff. It appears the sling is on the U8. That would be the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly's ride, one of the two boats out of Daryl and Vanessa Strong's racing stable, if you will. Jordan Bear is down there having a conversation with Dylan Runny, and he's probably trying to figure out how much money he has to pay Dylan to get him walk close enough here so we can get the interview. We told him, do whatever you got to do to get him up here, and I'm sure Dylan will come this way. And I think here he comes with Dylan in tow. So, Jeff, you know how things work out in the Tri-Cities, and you know how much I love that dock. It is hot, hot, hot work, but I tell you, it's the best job. It is the best. You be down there on the dock, and you're right in the middle of everything. You got boats going over your head, and docks that are crowded, and you're half afraid you're going to get pushed in, and it's just an awful lot of fun.
And you do a great job with it, with the coverage on 610 AM KONA radio out in the Tri-Cities. Of course, the team is led by Michael McDonald with the station. I've listened to you guys for many years on the World Wide Web, announcing many Columbia Cups, and Brad, you do a great job down there in that dock. I was out there last year for the first time in 30 years, and whoo, it was hot.
Yeah, well, you just wait till this year. First of all, we touched $115 out there temperature-wise, and it gets hot. But you're going to be a part of our broadcast this year on 610 KONA.
Yes.
That'll be fun.
Thanks to Grand Prix America, I will be, and I'm really looking forward to it, and looking forward to be a part of the team on KONA 610 AM, and looking forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun.
It will be a lot of fun. Jordan Bear, you've got Dylan Runny right there. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Brad Luce, and I am here with Mr. Dylan. Improved on your speed that time. Really all you can ask for in qualifying.
Yeah, I think opportunity to get better every single time. That time we did, not where we ended up wanting to be in qualifying, but we're happy. That orange boat's fast, and strong guys put some good work in, so they earned it, but we're going to look to give them some tomorrow morning and see what we can do by the end of the weekend.
You've been able to get out there, run a few laps in the U1. Again, you're still getting the hang of it. I know you hit a roller down there in turn 2, but the Ohio River, what's it like navigating this course today?
It's been anything I've been Kind of brings me back to some stock outboard days where you run on some river courses. And luckily, I think that prepared me for a little bit of this, but it's a little different doing 200 miles an hour on the Ohio River. So, getting used to it every heat. This Miss Madison team has done wonders with this boat and put so much work in, and I can't thank them enough for giving me something that's capable of going winning and capable of giving me a good boat ride. So, again, we'll see where we end up tomorrow morning, but I think we're going to have something for them come in today, Sunday.
Message for the fans along the shorelines before we get to some racing tomorrow.
Just thank you, guys. It is an absolute honor to drive for the community of Madison, Indiana. This is a dream come true for a kid who watched race boats and watched the movie Madison over and over again in my room growing up. So thank you. I look forward to seeing you all tonight, and hopefully I make you proud over the weekend.
Awesome. I know you got to go talk to the radio guys. I'll take you up there. But for now, Brad, Jeff, back to you.
Well, thanks, Jordan. While you're walking up here with Dylan, hey, Dylan, I got to assume tonight is a big night for you, young man, with the parade coming up. I am certain you are getting excited about interacting with some of these Madison fans.
They're huge fans here in Madison, and they like that home street blue and white. Boy, beautiful shot from our drone if you're watching us on H1 Unlimited through YouTube. Beautiful shot of the U8 Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly in the cockpit being strapped in by his team. And Brad, this Beacon Electric, that boat ride earlier was flat out fabulous. J. Mike rode the propeller more than anything down these straightaways, and we'll see what kind of performance and speed he gets here again in the U8 Beacon Electric. We got some information here. Did you go over that, or am I tardy on the info?
No, we have some interesting information here that you and I can have a discussion about, because it kind of opens up a bit of a can of worms. But the speed that Dustin Eccles has run, his current qualifying speed, thank you, Tan, I'm making sure I look in the right place, of 155.671. 155.671 is 1.186 mile per hour off of the 4.2 GPM restricted fastest speed ever set in Madison. It was done last year by Jimmy Shane in the U1. So that gives you an idea perspective-wise how fast these boats are going and just how quick these laps by Dustin Eccles really are. He is a tick behind the fastest lap turned by Jimmy Shane in 2022. And I say we're tiptoeing through the tulips here a little bit, Jeff, because that gets into the whole discussion of fuel restricted versus non-fuel restricted and records and all that. And I have an opinion on that, but I might just leave it in my head.
Well, you just leave it in your head, and maybe sometime this weekend we'll discuss it over a beverage, and Brad's going to leave it in his head. We got the Beacon Plumbing going to go back in the water. We see the gearbox being lowered into the bucket list racing, mounted right behind the enclosed capsule. So things are picking up here in the late afternoon hours at day number 1 of 3 of the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. And, of course, Brad, later this evening after qualifying, we will present the Bob Hughes Memorial Top Qualifying Award presented by Clifty Engineering at this year's event.
And I've got to think that's a big award, given what Bob Hughes meant to not just racing in Madison, Indiana, and to Miss Madison Racing, but to H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing. Bob Hughes was a huge name. He was a proponent of the sport. Every step he took was in a way and in a direction that would try and improve H1 Unlimited Racing. A great guy. We will miss him, but he lived a very full life, and we will not soon forget Bob Hughes. Very glad we have the Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills, and a qualifying record coming up here in about an hour. So we've got a couple of boats in the water. In fact, I think we've got 3. We've got both strong boats are in the water, and we do still have the Home Street boat in the water, but it's not going anywhere. It's already running. We got Dylan Runny standing right next to us here.
Just got inside information from a rep from Miss Madison, kind of intertwined with them, you know, living here locally. They're going to pack up and get ready for the parade is what I'm hearing.
Well, that would make sense, because there's no way they are skipping that parade. That's a big deal. It's going to be a big deal for Dylan Runny tonight. And Jeff left me to go over and say hello to Dylan, so that's good stuff. As I said earlier, if you have yet to meet this young man, make sure you have that opportunity. He is a good one. He's a good one. You're going to love this guy, and he is going to have a ball tonight in the parade. I'm not sure he knows exactly what he's in for tonight. I've been in that parade a couple of times. I know you have too, Jeff. That's an awful lot of fun, and it is all about the fans.
That's one of the things the teams like about coming to Madison is the traditional Friday evening parade. Dylan Runny will get lots of cheers and yells, and I think he will know that he is the 24th pilot in Miss Madison racing history. The team started back in 1961. 62 years of racing for Miss Madison, and quite the feat in any motorsport. If you look at history, you got Roger Penske, who has been around for decades and decades and decades. The Wood brothers in NASCAR, Richard Childress. There's very few that even go 30 years, let alone into their 62nd season, 6 decades, approaching 7 decades. It's really unreal when you think about it.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Such a great tradition.
You mentioned Pacalana's Poke wagon, our former rental department manager, Bobby. She's up from Florida. She's sampling Pacalana's Poke wagon, and she seems to be liking it.
She does. Look at the smile on the face after all that food.
Yeah, that's right. She likes it, she says. All right, Brad, another beautiful shot from our video team with H1 Unlimited looking at the Beacon Electric here on the Ohio River. Jeff Campbell back up with us, part of Strong Racing. We have the water until 5 o'clock. Parade tonight, first evening of 2 of the Rooster Tail Music Festival. But, Brad, in the older years of working this event, when I'm done, I've got to leave. I got to go home or go somewhere up on the hilltop and rest and relax to get back down here early tomorrow morning. We hear a whistle in the background. J. Michael Kelly leaving the pit dock in the U8 Beacon Electric, and now he is.
Jeff, we've got a
boat on the
pleasure boat coming up the backstretch here, and JMK has been told to shut down the 8. He has done so. Obviously, we cannot have a boat, and boy, he is right on the course. He is inside the insurance markers going up the backstretch. So hopefully that will come to a abrupt halt here momentarily. So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a little bit for Mike to get out in the Beacon Electric.
Our H1 Unlimited video team is right in the action. If you're watching online, the drone is right hovering over the U8 Beacon Electric. Wonderful pictures. And Brad, you mentioned something before we came back on here. It is hot and humid today here in southeast Indiana in the Ohio River Valley, but that temperature will rise in that Beacon Electric cockpit with this sun beating down on that lid. I'm sure he would like to get this course cleared quickly to get back into running activity.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. We're getting the ability here to look at the drone shot that our fans are seeing on the H1 Unlimited live stream. Everything short of crawling right in the canopy here with Mike. Quite the shots of what I am sure is a very warm J. Michael Kelly. He just started to get the boat away from the dock when he was told to shut it down, as we had a pleasure craft on the backstretch that needed to and still needs to be clear. I think it is off the race course now, but we've got some waves that need to dissipate. J. Michael Kelly's been told to go ahead and fire it up. And those of you watching on H1 Unlimited YouTube channel getting a great shot of J. Michael Kelly on the Ohio River as he, for the second time on this run, pulls his boat up in RPM and up on a plane, Jeff Ayler.
Beautiful shot, beautiful racing vessels, the world's fastest racing boats, H1 Unlimited. J. Michael on his warm-up lap. Resides in Bonnie Lake, Washington, born in Renton. Brad, very familiar with those two communities out in the Pacific Northwest. Went to Kent Meridian High School in Kent, Washington, south of Seattle. So on the warm-up lap, J. Michael Kelly working up the back straightaway in the Beacon Electric. We mentioned a gearbox change in the U40 bucket list racing. Now we're going to have a brand new, freshened up Lycoming turbine engine going into the U40 bucket list. And Brad, with that though, and by my watch, we're 32 minutes left of water time. That's going to be a quick change. So I think the bucket list is set with that 155.671. So J. Michael Kelly on the clock past the Madison Ford start-finish line buoy. Well, working well away from the pins. Let's see how he tightens it up in turn number one, puts it on the hook at the apex, moves through there quickly and nicely off the turn. Beacon Electric.
Yeah, as J. Michael Kelly comes off the lower corner, he's got good acceleration up the backstretch, and you called it right, Jeff. When he went down the front straightaway, he was definitely working away from the buoys, but as he got to the entrance pin of the corner and turned left, the only buoy he came really close to was the apex buoy, the center buoy of the corner, and that was by design. I would assume he's tight to that one right there again as he gets to the exit pin and will now come down to put the first one in the book. J. Michael Kelly with a top speed of 153.149, currently sitting number 3 on our qualifying list. And he's flying about the way he did on his first run. A lot of air underneath the 8. The Beacon Electric and J. Michael Kelly, the first one's in the books. Watch this, Jeff, just like you called it. He'll turn there. So he's away from the pins, but those two buoys right there, those are the ones he's the closest to. And that's by design. And when you're out here qualifying, you can use any part of the water you want. You don't have to worry about holding lanes, holding lines, waiting to see what the speed is. 150.907.
You could tell right here that first time by, I didn't think it looks quick, but I thought, just not quite right yet. As he works into turn number 2, J. Mike, the 2004 H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Rookie of the Year in the sport, picked up his first career win in 2009 at the UIM World Championship at Doha, Qatar. White flag displayed as he approaches the Madison Ford start-finish line. So 2 down and 1 more to go as we're about 30 minutes away from qualifying subsiding for this day number 1 of 3 at the Madison Regatta. Back in turn number 1. Lap number 2, Brad Luce. Is it quicker? Is it slower? Is it one of their best?
Haven't got one yet. We're still awaiting the number. J. Mike up the backstretch. 152.946, 152.946, so a tick under 153. So, Jeff, he's very, very close to his quickest lap last time. He's about 0.2 of a mile an hour. Short of what he ran on the first run. Can he tighten it up? He does. Can he bring it down and save a little bit of time, therefore get a little bit higher speed? J. Michael Kelly will put lap number 3 in the books. The checkered flag flies. He flies the front end of the race boat. U8, Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly.
Lap number 3 complete. Slow entering turn number 1. We'll get a time here in just a matter of moments from H1 Unlimited. Jeff Campbell to our right, anxiously awaiting that time. 154.921 miles per hour. 154.921. Quick.
He's just a tick behind Corey Peabody at 154.961. Kelly at 154.921 steps ahead now of the U1 and Dylan Runny at 154.336. So by 0.6 of a mile an hour, unofficially, J. Michael Kelly will become our 3rd fastest qualifier. So a good run there. They step in the right direction, Jeff. And the boat definitely running quicker. Beautiful bright red hydroplane comes back to the dock now. Now the question is, as we look at 27 minutes until the course will close for qualifying, in the water is the U9 Corey Peabody. They are currently our 2nd fastest qualifier, 0.7 of a mile per hour off of our leader, which is Dustin Eccles and the U40 Bucket List Racing. Eccles sits at 155.6. Peabody at 154.9. Kelly now unofficially at 154.921. 4th on the list is Runny, unofficially at 154.336. And Jamie Nielsen rounds out the 5 boats at 149.422. Looking now to see 154.336 for Dylan Runny and the U1, the Miss Home Street. Jeff, it has cleared tech inspection, so that's a good number.
That will vault them up the ladder. And, of course, right now, Brad, Bucket List Racing, no Lycoming turbine engine in the engine well, so they anxiously await these final 27 minutes of H1 Unlimited Hydroplane qualifying. Corey Peabody is in the water with the Beacon Plumbing, so the Bucket List will wait to see how this fans out on the water, as it looks like they'll go with their 155.671. I thought we'd see some 7s and 8s, maybe 9s, but maybe right now the gearbox combinations, props, water looks good. Maybe it's just not right for sheer speed right now.
Well, we're going to find out with Corey Peabody, but I think our Jordan Bear has got J. Michael Kelly, and he's coming our way, so hopefully we'll catch a word with the young man out of Bonnie Lake. If you can hear us, Jordan, go for it. He's going to come all the way up this way and make sure we get this interview. Tan is cleaning bugs off our monitor.
Brett Luce, Jet Failer. Think we got a young man who just ran one heck of a speed out there, 154.92. J. Michael Kelly in Beacon Electric. Mike, wow, that 3rd lap, that was something out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, these guys keep throwing stuff at it. You know, they don't give up. We've got a great group of guys. Beacon Electric U8 boat, I mean, like I said earlier, just continues to get better. These guys are so smart and great coaches. You know, as long as I've been doing this, you know, I got guys that are actually coaching me, helping me, and that means a lot. You know, and I tried taking as much as I can. I got a great teammate who's worked really hard, got a really fast boat, so got to try keeping pace with him. And, but at the end of the day, it's just lucky to get to sit behind that wheel and, go fast.
Like you said, I was talking to Corey earlier, and, all these boats are so close to each other. There's going to be gimme races this weekend.
No, I mean, this sport, you look up and down the line, even when we get a bunch more boats, everybody's right there. The quality of boats that have been showing up, but the boats that are here, you just don't know. You're going to have some really good racing this weekend, and I'm hoping I'm up in the mix. So we'll see. We got to look at the data, see how everything looks out, and see if we can make some changes. And, if not, I feel like I got a really good race boat right now.
Awesome. J. Michael Kelly, the radio guys want to talk to you, but thank you so much for joining us on the Shorelines. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Bradley, Jeff Ayler, to you.
Jordan Bear, great job down there. Great job talking to J. Michael Kelly. And Jeff, you heard what he said, and I don't think it's coach speak. I don't think we have to parse his words. We were talking about it on the first run. We talked about it on the second run. He says, I think I've got a really good race boat right now. Now, there's never been a driver that was satisfied and didn't want more. So, Jeff, he wants a little bit more. He wants more. And Jeff's nodding his head. He's not a racer if he doesn't want to go faster. But they will work on it.
There's more left in it, so we'll see how things fare tomorrow morning when we go H1 unlimited testing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That will be a 1-hour window until 10. They're showing opening ceremonies at 9:45, so we'll see where that takes place with the 1-hour H1 window for testing. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Pro Light Heat A. 10:30 a.m., Grand Prix America Heat A. And Unlimited Heat number 1 will be at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning here in Madison. Then we'll go to Pro Light B at 11:30, and then we'll have our hour break starting at noon, from noon until 1 o'clock. So a little later start today, but once we've got going, we've had some activity on the water. And Brad, the slings are on the Legend Yacht Transport, but I think it's just maybe for a check of weight or maybe checking a little bit of a balance issue. There's no cowling on it. It looks like they're not ready to run, so they're doing something to lift it off the trailer, just not certain what it is.
Yeah, I'm not quite certain what that is. I don't see the scale, to be real honest, so I'm not quite sure. But meanwhile, Corey Peabody is away from the dock in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and it's beginning to look more and more, Jeff Ayler, like our qualifying for the 2023 Bob Hughes Memorial, the 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. It's beginning to look like this qualifying session, as far as who's going to get the 100 points, is going to come down to the next 3 laps around this Bill Cantrell race course.
You're exactly right. On the water, Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing, the U9. Your winner last week at the Southern Cup after 3 heats completed. The original run of the final, of course, red flagged, and then the rerun was not run because of the inclement weather that moved into Guntersville, and that race team made the right decision. Man, it poured about 40 minutes after that original running of the final heat. But that one's in the books. It's been recorded. We're now here in Madison for the second race of the 4-race H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series in 2023. Corey Peabody on the clock past the Madison Ford start-finish line buoy. Beautiful boat ride entering turn number 1. Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington, puts it on the hook, works through turn number 1 nicely. Brad, he wants to get up to 1:55.671 because that's top time in qualifying by the bucket list.
Yeah, there's 100 points laying out there if he can find 0.7 of a mile an hour on one of these 3 laps. He is halfway through lap number 1. You called it perfectly, Jeff Ayler. The boat ride was solid as a rock as he came down the front straightaway. He's got the course to himself. He can go anywhere he wants. He doesn't have to hold lanes in the corner. He can just wind this thing up and run it where he thinks he can get the best time. And right now that is out about lane number 3. He comes underneath the bridge. Look at the boat ride you talked about before. It is just solid on the water. Corey Peabody from Kent, Washington, across the line in the Beacon Plumbing, the U9. He's looking for 155.6. Looking for 155.6. There's 100 points if he could pick it up.
Off the turn, we'll see what the time is. They're calculating it to our left. Peabody up the back straightaway. Beacon Plumbing, the U9, the sponsor, Bill Cahill out of the Pacific Northwest in Seattle. Lap number 1, Corey Peabody, 153.888 miles per hour. 153.888. Still work to do to get to 155.
He needs about a mile, 0.7 here. 1.7 miles an hour to pick up 100 points. Otherwise, he will sit in position number 2. It'll cost him 20 points in the national high points race, so these points are worth shouting about. Across the line, it's Corey Peabody airing it out a little bit more this time. Watch how he handles the corner down there. He'll turn it from an outside lane there. Then we watch him on the monitor here much closer to the next 2 buoys in that corner. He's getting close to the apex buoy, going in wide, coming out wide, and Corey Peabody already got himself up to speed, Jeff.
Get a lap 2 time here for you. It's faster, but not fast enough. 154.421 miles per hour. 154. US 421, the last 3 into turn number 2. Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing works through there nicely, swings it out in about a lane 2 sequence. This will be the final time around in H1 Unlimited Hydroplane qualifying for the Beacon Plumbing. Brad, the checkered flag waves. The run is complete.
Needs 1.2 miles an hour over lap number 2. Did he get it? It's worth 100 points. If he can pick it up, we are waiting, monitoring the official radio. A little bit of drama here in our qualifying session.
Whoa!
There we go. How about that one, Jeff Campbell? 156.006. And there, unofficially, remember, the boat does have to go through tech inspection, but there's your fastest lap.
That's the fastest as long as your craft clears H1 tech inspection. So some drama here right at the end of H1 Unlimited qualifying. If this boat that just ran passes tech inspection, it appears they'll be the top qualifier for the 2023 Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills. And he snuck it in right at the end, unlike the late Jim Hurtubise on Bubble Hour at Indy with the old roadster.
Oh, my goodness. And, Jeff Ayler, I have just been advised by H1 Unlimited officials we are done. Our qualifying session is done. Our top qualifier, if he can pass tech inspection, will be Corey Peabody, but we'll have to wait and see that to get it officially. But certainly some drama right here at the end. They ran mighty, mighty fast. The boat looked mighty, mighty good. Solid boat ride and a lot of speed. We're going to hope they will do that quickly here and we can turn it around before our fans get too far out of the park, because I know you're going to be heading up to the parade. That's what you do in Madison, Indiana on Regatta weekend on Friday night, right, Jeff Ayler? If I got this figured out, you watch the boats run all day and then you walk about 4 blocks up the hill and watch the parade.
Oh, you're in the know. You're part of the team right here in Madison. Well, for our watchers on H1 Unlimited through YouTube, Tate, how much longer are we going to go with your live feed on the World Wide Web?
I think he said we're going to hold on for the interview. Our Jordan Bear is down there, and he's going to tell Corey Peabody you got to make the long walk. And that's what you have to do when you post the fastest time during the qualifying session, and they are starting our way on the dock. Jordan Bear doing a great job. Also want to give a shout out here to Jared Meyer. I was down on that dock, Jeff, when I went down there to tell Jordan he's got to get a little closer to me. And I haven't been on those docks since, I think, 2010 or 2011. And you know what? This is going to surprise you, but my balance isn't quite what it used to be. I got on that dock. I couldn't wait to get off. Jordan Bear's doing a great job down there, but Jared Meyer for the shout out here doing a terrific job of keeping that camera solid, keeping it straight. Those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream right now see Corey Peabody
Brad,
walking up
Jeff.
course. Go, take it away, Jordan.
If I may interrupt, unofficially, of course, have to use that word, unofficially, your top qualifier for the Indiana Governor's Cup is Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. Hey, Corey, what'd you do that time?
Well, we just found a good line and, hope for the best. But, like you said, unofficially, got to get it through the tech truck. So, that's always key. But happy to at least get the number that we did, and we'll see what happens here in a few minutes.
Again, assuming everything clears tech inspection, you're the top qualifier, automatically 100 points. On the national high point, you got better every time out there in both of your runs. How do you feel going forward as racing begins tomorrow?
Well, it'll be interesting when you get 4 boats out there. That's a tight course. It's kind of laid out a little bit funky, but we all got to go around the same buoys. So we'll do our best we can, and hopefully put on a great show for these fans here in Madison, Indiana.
What are you going to do tonight to relax and get tomorrow?
I do the same thing. I go eat dinner, have a bunch of water, and then go to my room and go to bed.
That sounds like my kind of night, actually. Not fun, I must say. Well, but hey, Corey, congratulations again. Hopefully everything clears. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, Corey, ladies and gentlemen, officially your top qualifier. Brad, Jeff, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jordan Bear, doing a terrific job here. We are going to step away from the microphone here for just one moment. We will be right back. For those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, we are going to stick with you here until we get official word, yay or nay, that the U9 has passed or not passed the tech truck. So don't go away. We will verify that. But for right now, we're going to step away from the microphone for just a moment. back here on the official tower. For those of you still here along the shore awaiting information on the technical aspects of the U9 and that fast lap that we saw in qualifying, the short way to put it is, it was good. The U9 has passed technical inspection. Our top qualifier for the 2023 Bob Hughes Memorial 73rd Madison Regatta, presented by U.S. Premier Tube Mills, is Corey Peabody, driving the Beacon Plumbing with a speed of 156.006 miles an hour. Jeff Ayler is picking them up and laying them down.
Good job, and if Corey can hear us, we'd love for him to come up here to the judges stand. We'll have an award for him for the fastest qualifier, the Bob Hughes Memorial Fast Qualifier Award, presented by Clifty Engineering. Kendra Perry is in works to get that award down here from our sponsor chair, Mike Licklider. So Brad, day number 1 is in the books. As always, my friend, great working with you. Better yet, seeing you. If you're leaving the riverfront, remember, leave the racing on the water. Be safe tonight. We got the parade at 6. We've got the Rooster Tail Music Festival at 7. We open up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with H1 Unlimited qualifying. For Jordan Bear, we're about to wrap this up on the live stream. All right, Brad Luce, you wrap it up. I'm tired. I need a cold one.
But we are still going to have the award assembly if we can, or the award presentation for Corey Peabody if we can get him up here. Meanwhile, for those of you watching and listening on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, thank you very, very much for being with us today. Let's quickly go down our qualifying ladder. Our top qualifier, Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, with a speed of 156.006 miles an hour. Second on the list, the U40 Bucket List Racing, Dustin Eccles, 155, and my numbers went away, but they just came right back. 155.671. Third fastest on our qualification ladder, the U8, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. He turned in a speed of 154.921. Fourth on the list, the U1, the Miss Home Street with Dylan Runny, their speed 154.336. And rounding out our top 5, the U11 Legend Yacht Transport, Jamie Nielsen, with a quick lap of 149.4. Jeff, they are all jumbled up. What this is going to mean when we go racing is it's going to be very, very, very tight competition. You will not want to miss it. As you just said, Jeff, it's time to put a wrap on today's activities here. Those listening and watching online, we will be ready to go tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. That is Central Daylight Time, right? No, Eastern. That was a long time ago. I just put my age out. Eastern Daylight Time. Those of you on the left coast, yeah, it'll be about 5 o'clock in the morning. But come on, get a cup of coffee and join us. Until then, I'll say so long, Jeff Ayler. Those of you on the web, we'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. Corey Peabody, could you please report to the judges stand? We'd like to present you with the Bob Hughes Memorial Fast Qualifier Award. Corey Peabody, please report to the judges stand. Thank you, Corey.